Shows how little you know politics.
Choose your destiny.
You can go left or you go right. Go forward, but never ever back.
I want to hear your thoughts.
Good evening, my little one. I shall make you psychotic.
Mommy, what does psychotic
I want to hear your thoughts.
Yeah. Just woke up. I ain't feeling your side. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? KCE, King Chaka.
Hey, how y'all doing out there? How y'all feel? Remember, an educated public cannot be controlled. Learn to be active. Views and events expressed here totally whacked and not necessarily the views of anyone. ¿Cómo estás? Bien? ¿Podemos ayudarnos más? Sí se puede. Don't take my word for it. Look that shit up. How y'all feel, man? Is progressive a bad word is the name of the show. I don't know if I really want to do a monologue on that. I'm going to come back to it later. Hopefully when someone's in here. If not, then some other time. There's a lot going on here, there, and here. A lot of things always. Crazy times we live in. Let me see.
You heard what she said?
Go sit down. That's your uncle.
What you mean? That's her. Listen, don't let my listen. Don't.
Okay, we always seen the fuck right there. What is you on?
Don't let my daughter sit on no man. Like, what is your problem?
Oh no, what the fuck is you on with me and my uncle? Why'd you over sexualizing that
That's
shit?
my daughter.
We all sitting right there. Like, what
Listen,
the fuck is you on?
she's a girl. She shouldn't be sitting on no man lap. What are you talking about?
You is tripping, man. For real.
How am I tripping? Dude, I don't play that. I'm a
Because
daddy. I
that
don't
shit
play
is
that,
crazy
man.
as the motherfucker.
I don't play that, dude. Seriously, dude, I do not play that, dude. For real, dude. Don't let that shit happen again. I don't see how. Why can't you understand? Why can't you see it how I see it? Dude?
Okay, and why the fuck is you talking to me like that though?
Because
that shit wild as a
you let
bitch.
my daughter sit on another man's lap.
Okay, but
Uncle,
what
now,
the
I don't give a
fuck? Okay, but okay, I'm not your motherfucking child though.
Listen, don't let it happen
Quit
again.
talking to me
all right?
like you
I'm
lost
not-
your
listen,
motherfucking
She already
mind.
said she felt uncomfortable. You're not going to listen to your daughter? You're not going to listen to her? That's what I'm saying, dude. That shit pissing me off, man. I ain't got time for this, dude. Come on, let's go, baby. Don't you ever in your life.
Yeah, that's a sensitive ass topic right there. Very sensitive topic. I ain't gonna lie, I sympathize with the father's feelings. You know, hopefully the mom can respect how he feels about it. You know, better safe than sorry. You know, it's a lot going on out here. And what I always say is listen to the kids, you know, listen to the children. You know, we really should listen to them more. We don't talk to them and listen to them. We treat them like props. We treat them like possessions, you know. They're just little humans. They're no different than us. They're just small humans, you know. Listen to them, man. Listen to them. Talk to them. Listen to them, you know. Believe them. Trust them, you know. Sometimes they be tripping just like us as adults. Sometimes we be tripping, but, you know, the benefit of the doubt is, you know, should go the other way. I mean, it should go towards them, you know. Listen to them. At the very least, you know, if the kid doesn't feel comfortable, then you should make changes, do something that makes them feel more comfortable, man. That's how I feel about that one. It says, what are your thoughts on this? My opinion, fathers are protectors. If that man don't feel comfortable with that, you got to respect it. I don't allow either. Yeah, respect it. The thing with I'm not even going to cover this. I ain't going to lie, because it's already been like a week since this happened. And it's been crazy. Look at the memes about it with the incident that happened, racially charged incident with the fight. The whole internet was going crazy on that shit. I think it was the day after my last show. I probably would have covered it if it was closer to the show, but it's already been a week now anyways. I'm sure everybody's seen it. If you haven't, I don't know where the hell you've been. So I don't really like to charge. I don't really like to cover stuff that's too racially charged. I mean, we cover race and stuff here on the show, but some of the stuff is just like, you know, some people gonna pick their sides, and then that's it. And I think that's one of those topics. I mean, we might touch on it a bit, but More Perfect Unit posted this. They said Denver rent increased nearly 10% on average last year, and the city is dealing with severe crisis of homelessness. An effort to allow local rent control failed this year, but now the state needs to take this crucial step. Colorado just implemented 2 laws that ban landlords requiring more than 2 months' rent as a security deposit, a cap income requirements. It says cap income requirements for renters and crack down on junk fees. It's a good start, but more must be done to protect tenants in the state when rent is skyrocketing. It's so crazy how things are now, you know. You know, they did a study on this, and it's like a lot of people pay half of their income, you know, for rent. You know, that's not counting bills. So once you put in the bills, then that's only leaving like a third of their income for, you know, anything other than bills, you know, other than just living, you know, probably less than that for a lot of people. And you wonder why people are struggling. You wonder why people are so stressed out and people are so angry. There's a report I was reading about the number of suicides last year is through the roof, you know. And stuff like this is it, you know, is a part of the reason why it's this way. You know, people are stressed out. People are hurting, you know, they don't see no way out, you know. It's crazy, you know. I don't understand how these prices have gone the way it is, you know. I'm in Houston, Texas. I pay $1,500 plus a month for a little 2-bedroom apartment, you know. I like it. I'm happy with it. It is what it is. You gotta pay, you know, otherwise you're gonna be living in like a slum, you know. That's the only other option, you know. And when you have children, you have kids, you know, that's a real detrimental impact on them when they're living in like struggle zone, and they see, you know, drug addicts and drug dealers all around them, dirt and filth everywhere, trash everywhere, just debilitated buildings. And, you know, that's what you look at every day on your way home. And when you leave in the morning, it has an impact on you psychologically that, you know, will be hard to be quantified. You know, it's really sad. I don't know what is the answer, you know, because I was looking at that when they were talking about rent control or whatever. I don't know if that's the answer either. You know, I think that paying people more is probably the answer, you know. The thing is, inflation has been happening. You know, the cost of everything has been going up, and the wages have not gone up, you know, for the majority of Americans. You know, people at the high end of the spectrum, their wages are good or whatever, but literally everyone else it's been flat. Meanwhile, productivity has skyrocketed. So productivity has gone up, profits have gone up, and wages have stayed flat. You know, and meanwhile, the cost of everything has gone up. So people work in multiple jobs to make it. People have roommates. People do what they can to get by. You know, it's really messed up. Let me read the comment. It says, in a win for renters, Colorado new laws cap income requirements, crack down on junk fees, and ban landlords requiring more than 2 months' rent. While this is a good start, the state can and should take crucial steps like allowing local rent control to protect tenants. Denver has a huge unhoused population, and average rent increased almost 10% last year. Yeah, the homeless people are a threat to the rest of us, you know, and then everyone wants to say, oh, they're on drugs, that's why they're homeless, you know. It's a lot of people, they live in their cars, and these are not drug addicts. These people have jobs. It's just so hard to get up once you fall down like that. And I believe it's by design. Let's read some comments. It says, good start, but not enough. Ban Airbnb, stop corporations from buying residential property, more harassment, protection, abolish most of the bullshit app fees. You know, they charge you first and last month rent. You got to come up with paperwork to show that you make like 3 and sometimes 4 times the rent. If you had any evictions or any struggle in the past, you might have to pay like a an extra fee. It's like a hazard fee, and then you got to pay a deposit. So you pay you pay your deposit, you pay your hazard fee. You show that you make 3 to 4 times the amount of the rent, and that's what you have to do to get in there. You know, and you have to get your utilities lined up. And again, if you have any kind of issues in the past, then you're gonna have to pay a deposit related to that. And you gotta have those utilities on before they let you move in. It's real tough. A regular person, average person, can really have a hard time getting into a place, you know, especially if you're trying to do it legally. It is what it is. Another comment, it says, great, now let's start banning corporations from owning residential homes. I think that's another part of this, you know. I mean, we have a lot of empty ass buildings too, you know. We have a lot of empty homes across the nation. They're just sitting empty with all these homeless people. And then you have these corporations who come in. You know, I went through a foreclosure before years ago, 2012, right after the housing bubble. I lost the house, but my situation was my situation, and it is what it is. But yeah. So what happens is, you know, a house get foreclosed on or whatever, and it goes to auction, and then you got these investment firms that come in and buy it at rock bottom prices, and then they turn it into a rental home, and you know, and it becomes one less house that's out there that, you know, people can buy and, you know, help build their wealth or whatever, you know, build their equity or whatever, you know. They're trying to turn the nation into, you know, a nation of renters, you know, make it nearly impossible for anyone to get out of the rat race of paying rent every month, you know, and you get nothing back for it. You know, it's really crazy when, you know, you can be paying a mortgage and it be going towards something, you know, over time, and you pay rent and you get nothing for it. You know, they can get you out of there within a month's time. And, you know, you could have been there for years and years and years and years and paid all of this money. You got nothing for it. out on the street, if something happens, you lose your job, you have medical bills, something unfortunate series of events happens, and you're out, and you freaking don't have nothing to show for all of that money that you spent. I'm pressing way too many buttons. The wildfire is crazy. The one that happened in Hawaii. I want to cover this. This one isn't covering it very good. I'm gonna just scroll for a little while. I'm trying to catch my breath, y'all. So give me a moment while I try to get it together. It says, this is why you don't go above and beyond for your boss. New York mom fired after donating kidney to help her boss. I wonder what's the details for that. It says, as Sarah Jaff and many others have said, work won't love you back. There's no loyalty nowadays. Like, I don't know what the details is with this, but I know there's no loyalty. They want you to be like loyal to the company or whatever, but then they don't have any towards you. Like, a lot of that has changed even since in my lifetime. I've witnessed these things change. Like, a lot of things have changed. Like how, the corner store, one of it has to do with these corporations being so big. They don't have any connection to their customers. They don't care, you're just another number. They don't care. They're going to be fine without you. So they don't care about treating you with any kind of, compassion or whatever. I think that's the real issue is these companies get way too big and they don't have no connection to their customers. Smaller companies care more, because each customer matters to them. So like the idea of the corner store back when I was a kid, and you could go to the corner store and they knew your family, they knew your parents, they knew your friends, they knew your neighbors, because, it was like, even though it's a big city, the little community was like a small community. All the same people go to this store all the time. You struggling a little bit, you need some bread and you need some eggs or whatever, and the store would be like, take them, and just give me back when you got it, next week or whatever. You come back, boom, you pay for the breads and the eggs, and y'all square. And so, but that kind of thing does not happen now, because that corner store is owned by a big corporation, and the person that works there is just a worker, and they can't make no decisions like that. They're going to get fired, And that's just one example that it's the same way across the board with a lot of stuff, like relationship with your employer. It's a smaller business. They know you, they know your family. You've been working with them forever. Whenever you have some kind of problem, something going on, they're more likely to work with you. Then now it's the big corporations. They look at you like a number. You have some kind of problem, get them up out of there. We'd rather hire somebody new anyways. That way we can pay them less. And it's like, there's no value for, like, they want to act like there's no skill, like you have no skills and you're replaceable. Anybody can come in and do this job, which is not true. They're not going to be. Experience makes a difference in all jobs. The new guy that comes in is not going to be able to do that job as efficiently as the other guy. The other guy could have done the work of like 2 or 3 new people, in less time and more accurate, more efficient, but there's no connection, like I say, and then they're just looking at things like numbers anyways. So at the end of the day, it's just like, hey, we don't care, it's all about the profit. But even looking at the profit, it's got to be more to it than that, because having that one guy do that job that 3 people could do because he has the experience, even if you have to pay him more, it's going to save you money. And it's going to also make your product, your service more efficient, But each level of management, each level is detached from the other, And it seems like the management style of the companies is like, you know, just give them a hard time. It's like the person above me gives me a hard time, so I need to give the person below me a hard time. And it just keeps on going and flowing like that. It doesn't matter about the results. It doesn't matter about the efficiency. It doesn't really matter, you know, as long as you're keeping up with those reports or whatever the hell it is. Sad times. It's turned people into robots is what I've noticed, you know. So what's the damn difference? It's like when you go to the grocery store now, you know, all of the self-check outlines and so forth and so on. It's like they already had turned people into robots because people have to deal with you with no compassion, and they're just reading the script that they're supposed to read, stick to the script. They already turned the humans into robots. So sticking a robot in there, an actual robot in there, doesn't really make much difference. It's like, we love you. Thank you for coming. You know, we value your business or whatever. Like, it's a robot saying this. It's like, you know, we know that there's no feeling in that. We know that they really don't care. Just like the people that was forced to say that. It was like in that movie Idiocracy, because it was like, I think it was like Sam's Club or whatever. Like every store was inside there, or whatever. And you walk in and that guy says, "Thank you for coming to Sam's. We love you." They have an awkward look on his face. And the next person walks up, he says the same thing. What a world we have created. All in the pursuit of profit. All in the pursuit of it. It's all about making money. Nothing matters more than money. Education. What do you want to learn anything for if it doesn't make you any money? You know, what do you want to have relationships with people for if it doesn't make you any money? You know, what do you want to build, draw, create anything for if it doesn't make you money? You got to pay that rent.
Pod, get it? Because like the group of whales is called it. Anyway, moral of the story: if petty was a sport, humpbacks would be D1 from day one. I think one of my favorite animal facts, I'm talking like of all time, is that humpback whales have been so generationally traumatized by orcas that now they go out of their way to be petty. As in, if Oreo ops have zero haters, it's because humpbacks went extinct. So basically, orcas hunt by separating the weak or young whale from the rest of its pod and then chasing them into exhaustion like wolves, but in water. Which is why the humpback community will stand up to the orcas by mobbing them. And they're not above using barnacle brass knuckles to make the bar-coded sea assaults act right. Except humpbacks have so much hatred for orcas that they'll purposely try to interfere with their hunts and rescue whatever animal the homicidal giga dolphins were after, even if the target wasn't one of their own kind. Humpback whales have been recorded rescuing seals, sunfish, and even whales from other species from becoming orca protein. For a while, we just thought humpbacks were the guardian angels of the ocean, which they probably are, but you also can't tell me this isn't just a massive middle finger to orcas. And all it takes is hearing the sounds of an orca hunt in progress for the humpbacks to take it personally. There was even a case where two humpbacks stopped a pack of orcas from attacking a gray whale calf and proceeded to harass them for 6 hours straight. Not because like they really said, you ain't eating nothing tonight but disappointment, good buddy. And that's on pod. Get it? Because like the group of whales is called it.
Anyways, yeah, man. Orcas are gangster as hell, man. You see what they do, and they'll separate the calf from the mom. Like you said, they get them exhausted, and you know, and a lot of times what they'll do is they'll just eat the tongue of the orca, of the humpback whale baby. They'll just eat the tongue, and that's it, and leave the rest of it there. Like sometimes they just hunt for fun too. Like those guys are gangster, bro. Like heartless as hell. Like gangster. It is what it is, you know. I think that a lot of things is crazy how humans, we're separated from the animal world, if you will, by the grocery store, if you will. And we don't have any connection to the brutality related to the world, you know. Like that steak that you got out of HEB had to be slaughtered. But your mind doesn't make that connection, you know. It's just like sliced meat ready to go for you. And you don't make the connection that, you know, that was a living being at some point and had to get cut up and put into steaks, you know. And I'm not saying that no people shouldn't eat meat. What I'm saying is we should have more of an understanding of the sacrifice that animal had to give his life for you to get that, you know. He's no longer living, you know. It had to be slaughtered. There's blood involved. It's crazy because, you know, if I try to play some videos of animals in the wild. Like even when you watch the nature documentaries, they cut those parts out. The parts where, you know, nature is brutal, you know, and it attacks and it kills. They'll show the hunt all the way up until the moment of like the kill or whatever. It's like it's too graphic. Even adults can't handle it. Like they're appalled. Like, oh my God, I can't believe you're playing this on TV. I'm so horrified, you know. But this is reality. This is nature. This is the way things work. Can y'all hear me? Am I freaking talking to myself? This is reality. This is, you know, something had to go. You know, energy transfers. For you to have that meat, you know, something had to perish. I mean, it's the same with the plants. The plants are alive too. So you vegans don't get a pass in the brutality of life. Those now the plants they can regenerate and they grow, like if it's like fruits or whatever. But depending on what it is, it may have the whole plant died as a result. So you can get to eat, you know. I think that's the reason why we should give thanks. That's what's the most important thing, you know. Give thanks to the life that was given so that your life can continue, you know. That's where we have respect for nature. You know, that's what we've lost in that disconnect. We're so disconnected from how things work that we don't have any respect, you know, for the life, you know. I can't even talk about COVID. They gave me a strike. I'm not even on my backup channel today because they gave me a strike talking about that. I'm going to avoid that subject for a while. I thought they had calmed down on that, but apparently they haven't. Like maybe they came back around on it. It's like, oh, can't talk about that still. Freaking pandemic's been over for a minute, and now we still can't talk about it. It says the era of sweeping shit under the rug is over. Folks needs to be uncomfortable. I agree with that. It says now that a special counsel has been appointed to investigate Hunter Biden, where the special counsel to investigate Jared Kushner and the $2 billion he got from the Saudis. Yeah. What's his name from the FTX? That dude is locked up. I guess that's not really related, but it makes me think about that. And I'm probably not going to cover that. Let's go into this. Give me a chance to get myself together and I'll be ready to go hard for y'all. And maybe some of the people will come in. I apologize for being late again. I guess I should change what the scheduled time is for the show because it seems like a lot of times I don't come on until almost 12. It seems like that's been the case every time now.
Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. In Hawaii, the death toll from the historic Maui wildfires has reached at least 55 people and decimated the town of Lahaina, once the epicenter of the Kingdom of Hawaii. One of the more than 1,700 structures that were destroyed is the Na'aikani o Maui Cultural Center. Earlier today, Hawaii Governor Josh Green described the sheer scale of the disaster.
What we saw was likely the largest natural disaster in Hawaii state history. We are seeing loss of life here. As you know, the number has been rising and we will continue to see loss of life. We also have seen many hundreds of homes destroyed. And that's going to take a great deal of time to recover from. But that's why we come together. But we talked to an old gentleman who hadn't seen anything like this ever in his life, a wildfire that took a whole city. His neighbors have all lost their homes. His home was intact, but he was in tears. This is a gentleman that doesn't cry easily.
Some residents questioned why Hawaii's emergency warning system didn't go off as blazes rage closer and closer to their homes. President Biden's declared a major disaster as the Hawaiian tragedy has shown a spotlight on the urgency of the unfolding climate catastrophe, as well as the ongoing exploitation and occupation of the islands by the U.S. After headlines, we'll spend the hour on Maui wildfires.
Man, climate change is real. I don't care, bro. Y'all can be mad at me for saying that shit, but it's fucking real, okay? Suck that shit up. But anyways, what's crazy about this fire is like it was a hurricane, and so they had hurricane winds, and the winds is what caused the fire to be so brutal, you know? So wildfire starts, it wouldn't have been such a big deal, but they had a hurricane like off the coast or whatever. So they had really high winds. So those winds spread the fire. Like it was like a freaking military, like weapon, you know, the way the destruction happened really fast. The fire spread and just like burnt everything, you know, really terrible. Like I haven't never seen anything like this before. You know, that's what it is. It's the intensifying of the weather. That's a reality, y'all.
Tensions are running high in West Africa after the regional bloc ECOWAS ordered the activation of a standby force for possible intervention in Niger in response to the July 26 military coup. This is Nigerian President Bola Tinubu speaking from yesterday's emergency ECOWAS summit in Nigeria's capital, Abuja.
And you will see from the community of this extraordinary summit that no option is taken off the table, including the use of force as a last resort. We remain steadfast in our commitment to supporting Niger in the journey towards peaceful and democratic stability in the country.
The Associated Press reports the Nigerian military coup leaders threatened to kill deposed President Mohamed Bazoum if any military actions attempted to restore his rule. Meanwhile, The Intercept's reporting the U.S. has trained at least 5 members of the new ruling junta in Niger. The U.S. has since paused security assistance to Niger's military. African officers trained by the U.S. military have now taken part in 11 coups in West Africa since 2008, including in Burkina Faso and Mali. In Ecuador, 1 suspect is dead and 6 others have been arrested in connection with the assassination of the Ecuadorian presidential candidate Fernando Villavicencio. Officials said all suspects in custody are Colombian and alleged members of a drug trafficking group. Ecuador is now under a nationwide state of emergency while authorities continue to search for the possible mastermind behind Villavicencio's assassination. This is the Ecuadorian Defense Minister, Luis Lara.
The armed forces have begun the immediate deployment of their troops throughout the national territory so that there will be an armed forces presence in every city and every town. They will remain there until the conclusion of the electoral process. Citizens have the guarantee that the armed forces will provide the necessary security for the polls. The vote of Ecuadorians will be the best response to the mafias and their allies.
Villavicencio's murder has thrown Ecuador into further disarray after President Guillermo Lasso dissolved the opposition-led National Assembly in May, blocking efforts by lawmakers to impeach him over accusations of corruption and embezzlement. Meanwhile, Ecuador's snap elections are still scheduled for next Sunday, August 20th, though several presidential and other candidates have suspended their campaigns.
It's crazy, man. All I can say is it's really dangerous to look out for the people, you know, and I've said this many times on the show. It seems like whenever you really look out for the people, when you're really trying to look out for the people, you get assassinated, you know, and that's what has happened with this guy right here, you know, in Ecuador. And it's a whole mess, you know, and I'm willing to bet once the information comes out that, you know, the West was involved in this, you know. They said most of the people that got arrested were Colombian. You know, these people are like mercenaries. They get hired, you know, to do these jobs, you know. So, but people have a reason to want to get certain people out of there, you know. and that's what happened. So then, like, you know, the president of Ecuador, they're looking at him for embezzlement and, you know, all of this. So it's like that every time. So people be like, okay, well, these leaders are so corrupt in all of these countries or whatever, and that's the reason why they can't seem to get it together. You know, that's what they like to say about African countries. That's what they like to say about Central and South American countries. You know, over and over, it's the same story, right? So, but when someone comes along who's really looking out for the people, he gets killed. So that's the reason why there's no incentive to actually look out for the people. Go ahead and look out for yourself and your friends and your family, and then you have a chance at a good life. You know, you look out for the others, you make sure everybody good, you try to really make things the way things should be, then you can lose your life. So, you know, you can't blame these people for being corrupt or whatever, because they have a choice: either be corrupt or get killed. Like, and most people, which choice are they going to make?
Burma, at least 23 Rohingya refugees are dead after their boat sank as they attempted to reach Malaysia. Over 24 others are still missing. Thousands of Rohingya Muslims have taken on the perilous trek to Malaysia or Indonesia after fleeing genocide and persecution in Burma. 5 U.S. citizens imprisoned in Iran have been transferred to house arrest in what's reportedly a first step towards being released. Their freedom would come in exchange for Iranian prisoners in the U.S. and for Tehran gaining access to $6 billion in their frozen oil revenue to go towards humanitarian needs. The dual citizen prisoners were jailed in Iran on unsubstantiated spying charges. The move comes after 2 years of negotiations, according to the New York Times. This is Secretary of State Antony Blinken speaking Thursday.
So this is a positive step, but I don't want to get ahead of its conclusion, because there's more work to be done to actually bring them home. My belief is that this is the beginning of the end of their nightmare, and the nightmare that their families have experienced.
Blinken said any exchange will not include sanctions relief for Iran. The U.S. Supreme Court has temporarily blocked a sweeping settlement deal for OxyContin maker Purdue Pharma that would shield the Sackler family from civil lawsuits in exchange for paying out $6 billion to thousands of plaintiffs, including state and local governments that have been devastated by the opioid epidemic. The Justice Department challenged the settlement, which extends bankruptcy protections against liability for Sackler family members and what the U.S. Solicitor General called an abuse of the bankruptcy system. Opioid overdoses have killed over 500,000 people in the United States over the past 20 years, according to the CDC, including prescription and illicit drugs. Louisiana.
Those little fines that they have to pay is nothing to them. They're breaking in the cash. I hate the way this system is, you know, like they should be held criminally liable. That's the only thing that's going to get these people to stop doing what they're doing. Not only that, they should go a step further and bust up these companies. You know, if you have a record of freaking killing people with your product, like, why should you get to stay in business, you know? And how come no one is held criminally liable? You know, you just have criminal fines that they pay, you know, and then these people get so big and have so much money that they lobby the government so that they can even dodge that they can make it so worse people can't even sue them, you know? It's so terrible. So terrible. The thing with the opioids, you know, is one of the biggest stories that's going on, I would say, you know, here in the United States, you know, and then they're just giving it a blind eye. They're just looking past it because everybody's pockets are getting greased with it. So people, that's another example that, you know, profit over people, you know, human life doesn't have any value. How much money can I get out of it is all that matters, you know, people dying is the cost of doing business, you know. Nobody cares.
The Indiana Pardon Board has begun scheduling clemency hearings for the state's death row prisoners 1 day after Governor John Bel Edwards ordered the move. This comes after the board last month refused to set hearings for 56 death row prisoners who filed a mass petition to commute their sentences before the Democratic Governor Edwards leaves office next year. He opposes the death penalty. In a Fort Pierce, Florida court, Donald Trump and his aide and co-defendant Walt Nauta pleaded not guilty Thursday to 3 additional charges in the case around Trump's mishandling of classified documents. Trump did not appear at the courthouse in person. The charges came as part of an updated indictment accusing Trump and 2 aides of trying to delete security footage at his Mar-a-Lago estate. In other Trump news, federal prosecutors proposed a start date of January 2nd, 2024 for the trial related to Trump's bid to overturn the 2020 elections.
So when you do a crime and then you go and try to cover it up, and then that's a whole nother crime, and that intensifies what the crime is, you know, over and over again. So like a regular person does, like, let's say you do a murder and then you go and try to hide evidence related to the murder or whatever. That's, you know, that's double crime right there, you know. And I don't see how, you know, just because you like someone doesn't mean that they haven't committed crimes, you know. How can you look past? It's like we don't have any integrity anymore, you know. Just because I like this guy or whatever, even if he's done good things or whatever, you know, but then he turns around and does like actual crimes, I'm going to look past those crimes because I like this guy. This is where we are.
Mexican officials.
I mean, if he tried to delete, why would he try to delete freaking footage from his security cameras? You know, if he hadn't done anything, why would he care to do that?
Officials are demanding Texas remove its border buoys from the Rio Grande, saying the floating barrier aimed at blocking asylum seekers from reaching the United States was installed on Mexico's side of the river. Between the buoys, there are circular saw blades. Dozens of asylum seekers, including children, have been severely injured. Last week, the bodies of 2 asylum seekers were found in the Rio Grande, one of them trapped in the buoy barrier. Mexico's Foreign Secretary, Alicia Bárcena, spoke Thursday after meeting with U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken in D.C.
On the buoy issue in Texas, we're deeply concerned about the issue, but thankful because the U.S. Justice Department has filed a lawsuit against the Texas government. And this helps us very much because we're talking about a delicate situation on our border, in our rivers, in the Rio Bravo, in the Rio Grande, but most of the buoys are on the Mexican side.
Democrats.
So, you know, this one has been big news, you know, and it's like, so when they put up the buoys, then they put them up in what gives Texas the right to put anything on the freaking Mexico side? You know, if they want to put up barriers, then that's cool. But shouldn't they put them on their own land, the property that's considered them? You know, how can you go on the other side of the border and put up a barrier that's not even in your territory? Like, I don't get it, you know. It's like it's pushing the edge of legality, you know, regardless of where you stand on this. Maybe you feel like Abbott is trying to do something to protect Texans, you know, okay, that's fine. But he can't go outside of his authority and his jurisdiction and put up a barrier that's not even in his, you know, territory or whatever, you know. That's just crazy, you know. So what if someone else did that? What if another country did that? They were like, they didn't want Americans to come over. And then you're like, oh, there's no way they're not going to want Americans to come over or whatever. Well, okay, whatever. Let's just say for hypothetical reasons, they don't want United States people to come over to their area or whatever. And then they set up a barrier, and then that barrier is set up on the U.S. side. How do you think that the United States will react to that?
Have renewed their calls for Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas to resign following yet another bombshell report from ProPublica detailing even more lavish gifts from right-wing billionaires, including 38 destination vacations. California Congressmember Ted Lieu said Thomas had, quote, brought shame upon himself and the United States Supreme Court. No government official, elected or unelected, could ethically or legally accept gifts of that scale. He should resign immediately, Lieu said. And Just Search.
Man, this guy here is so shady, you know. People get all in their feelings. This last week, I did a number of shorts related to him and the stuff that he has got caught doing. And people are on the defense for him regardless. And they're like, it's like he's like a free, like people look up to this guy like he's a saint or something. Like he's a, I don't know. They worship this guy, you know. And it's like it doesn't matter what he does. People gonna make excuses for him, you know. Him retiring is the least that should happen.
The award-winning producer and co-founder of Doc Society, has died at the age of 54 after a battle with brain cancer. The visionary filmmaker was a champion of documentary film, which she believed had the power to change the world, often telling others, quote, "If you're going to move people to act, first you have to move them." During her 18 years at Doc Society, formerly known as BritDoc, the organization supported such films as Laura Poitras's Oscar-winning Citizen4 about NSA whistleblower Edward Snowden. More recently, Just Search was an executive producer on the acclaimed While We Watched documentary by director Vinay Shukla about the Indian journalist Ravish Kumar, who took on the Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Oscar-winning filmmaker Lucy Walker was one of many who paid tribute to Just Search, saying, quote, "She championed so many underdogs because she loved them. She knew their potential because she'd once been the underdog." Just Search is survived by her wife, filmmaker Beatty Finzi, and their 2 children. And those are some of the
Just Search doesn't even sound like a real name. Makes me think of like CIA spook. You know, what do I know? Let's read a couple comments here. Let me make sure y'all can hear me. Some kind of got, what do I know, anxiety right now. Let's see a comment. It says, Africans must not fight among themselves. They are facing several common threats, including possible European recolonization. We must stand together and refuse to not be a tool for voracious imperialist countries. You know, it's easy to say that, but, you know, you got backing that's coming in from other countries. It's a lot of pressure that's happening, outside pressure that's causing these, you know, within, you know, the African countries fighting against each other. And there's reasons why, you know, it way back in the day, I mean, there's been so much pressure to keep these countries divided, broken up, and fighting against each other. Every time they try to come together, the outside forces come in and bust it up. There's a benefit for the outside for these African countries to continue to fight with each other. I saw this thing about how they were talking about all the gold that France has. That's what they were talking about. And then it's like, France doesn't produce any gold at all, you know? So how the hell, you know? And then you got countries in Africa who are colonies of France, and they produce lots and lots of gold, but they don't have any gold at all. So then that shows where all the gold is coming from. So like I say, when these countries are fighting against each other, then that's what allows there's Western powers that benefit from it in lots and lots and lots of ways. So they have a reason to keep them fighting with each other. Let me read another comment. It says, tragic loss. Wish the best for the people of Maui to rebuild and rise from the ashes. The world is going through a time of turmoil and changes. Good time to focus on peace and positive energy. That's what the world needs. Another comment, it says, how many people over all the years knew Thomas was crooked and taking bribes? I can imagine very many, and they all should be investigated and charged as accomplices. Really, way back in the days, he shouldn't have got in there, you know, in the first place. Like when they were having a congressional hearing to get him in there, you know, that was a big deal. And then you had the chick who was saying, you know, this guy was sexually abusing me or whatever. It's like, you know, I'm not trying to just say that he's sexually abusing me, but I just trying to say that this guy shouldn't be a Supreme Court justice. But they didn't listen to her. They clowned her and made her look like a fool or whatever, and he ended up getting in there. And you know, the powers that be is the reason why he's there and continue to be there. The story is always bigger than it looks or seems or sounds. says, amazing what the U.S. military has wrought in Africa by training 5 of the coup members as well as other who have taken part in 11 coups in African countries. Countries in South America have also had the benefits of these training methods by the U.S. military. What's wrong with this picture? And you know, it's funny how things can switch and turn, because that's what happens a lot. You know, just because the people were trained by U.S., you know, doesn't mean that they're going to always, their efforts are going to be, the U.S. is going to benefit from their efforts. Like, these guys take their training and then they go and do what they want to do. Like, they go and actually look out for the people. Like, when a coup happens, it's not always, you know, a negative thing. Sometimes it's a positive thing, and it's like the actual people taking their government back, which isn't, you know, isn't the case most of the time, but sometimes it is. And I think that this one right here, the one that happened in Niger, is a case of that, and also related to U.S. Training these people and expecting these people to do the U.S. bidding, and then they turn around and not. But though that's dangerous work, though. You do that, you know, the chances of you making it, you know, alive over time is low. You know, the U.S. and NATO, they have a lot of power. They have a lot of ability to reach out and touch someone. Let me read another comment. It says, did Justice Thomas report the gifts on his taxes? There are restrictions on the value of gifts received during any year and requirements for reporting. If the gifts were not reported, then Thomas could owe large sums of money. And we were talking about tax dodging in the show the other day. And it's like, it's so common that people just dodge their taxes, you know. And what I was saying was, if they would just collect the taxes, then a lot of the problems, a lot of the things that we complain about would automatically be fixed. You know, we wouldn't have this issues with funding programs. You know, one of the things that needs to be done majorly is the water infrastructure needs to be worked on, but we can't find the money to do that. You know, it's gonna be really expensive. But if we was collecting the taxes that we're supposed to be collecting, I think we would have plenty of money for that. Anyways, I feel like I'm rambling. Let's go to Twitter. Wait. Do I have something in here that I want to do before I go in there? Yeah, let's go in here first. It's only a little bit in here. It's only like 2. Where is everyone? Where y'all at? Come on in here. Chop it up with me. Am I sharing? Yes. It says a person's ability to grow is directly related to the amount of truth they can accept about themselves. It says acceptance frees you. Ritual of heart. I love this. I love this so much right here. Person's ability to grow is directly related to the amount of truth they can accept about themselves. You know, I think that's one of the biggest problems that we have, you know, is self-accountability. You know, your friends, they tell you what you want to hear, you know. And if someone comes along and tells you the truth, then you're angry. They're automatically an enemy of you. Let me read this. It says, this is a comment underneath this tweet. Conscious Vibrations posted this. It says, this is a comment. It says, when you're a gaslighting victim, be very careful with absorbing these phrases, because most of the things that you were told by your abusers about yourself were mostly untrue and nothing but projections and shallow insinuations. Accepting yourself does not mean beating yourself up for things that most people try to blame you for. In fact, for an abuse survivor, we can also accept ourselves fully by claiming we are who we are and embracing the parts that even others do not understand or accept. We have to embrace these things fully about ourselves, despite of us fully making sense of it. I know most of us are already painfully self-aware, or just to clarify, I repeat, this is an assurance for those who are gaslight and abuse victims. Most of us who are abuse survivors are mostly controlled by our abusers and have our narrative twisted by most of them, even when it comes to our very own self-concept identity. We're so enmeshed to the point that most of us forget how to function without them because of their conditioning, because of how much they tricked us. They'd be nothing without them, or the only extension of them is to serve them. So if no one told you yet, I wish that you remind yourself always that you are amazing, you are valid, you are worthy, you matter. You are amazing for making it at this point in your life. You can grow, you can heal, you can self-evaluate without being muddied or hijacked by others when it comes to your self-awareness and mending of parts of you back. When you go within to heal and fix yourself, you don't need to absorb the noise from the outside. Tend to be self first and really connect with yourself before thinking you have problems to fix outside of you. Before you pour on other things, make sure you are well sensed secure with yourself first. I don't know. This comment right here kind of makes me think about like dodging. It's the opposite of what they're saying on this about the person's ability to grow is directly related to the amount of truth they can accept about themselves. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that somebody else is telling you what the truth is about yourself. It's about you realizing the truth about yourself. You know, if you don't spend time self-reflecting, like, okay, I could have done this better, or okay, I was wrong for doing that. Okay, well, I said this, but it wasn't true. So, spending that time, you don't need another person to tell you anything. If you're just facing the reality of yourself, and this person is talking about people getting gaslighted and abused, and I understand what they're saying, but I also feel like this long-winded post that they posted here was also to avoid your self accountability. You know what I mean? Like, okay, this person was gaslighting me or whatever, they were abusing me. That's fine. What they were saying about me wasn't true. But what are the things about me that is true that I can improve? Where are the things that I can grow? What was I wrong about? That is the thing. I don't think that people spend any time at all thinking like that, like being able to admit that you was wrong is so hard for so many people. And I think that this person's comment, I think this person is one of those people that will have a really difficult time admitting that they were wrong about anything. You don't necessarily have to admit it out loud to others. Don't lie to yourself, though. You're never going to improve. You're never going to change. You're never going to grow if you can't even be truthful to yourself. Lie to everybody else. Do not lie to yourself. What benefit is it? Well, how are you benefiting yourself by lying to yourself? What do you get out of that other than delusion? And then when things happen, you make excuses. You say it was this or it was that, or if it was this other person or whatever, it's like you're lost and you can't really understand what's happening, because you're not being actual, you're not facing reality. Mental health is a real issue. The more that you lie to yourself, the more that you're self-deluded, the more you are detached from reality. And the less likely you are to be able to maneuver this world effectively. And you don't understand, you're afraid of everything. You don't understand why things happen. The same things keep reoccurring and you keep making different excuses to the reason why these things are happening. Instead of looking at yourself and seeing like, okay, I keep fucking up. Another comment, it says, yes, don't lie to yourself. If you make decisions that don't betray yourself, you will always be in alignment. Basically what I said. Another one, it says, I believe this 100. All growth comes from accountability and self-knowledge and then ripples out from there into all relationships and experiences. And when you have like different people, like let's say you're in a relationship with somebody, it doesn't even have to be like a romantic relationship. It could be like a friendship or a coworker or whatever. And these different people are telling you the same thing and they don't know each other. They don't know that other person said that thing. There's a clue happening right there. It's not that these people are all trying to freaking bash on you or whatever, or make you feel bad or gaslight you or whatever. If you're hearing the same thing from different people, they don't know each other. They don't know that the other person said these things. then there's a moment that you need to take a reflection and be like, well, damn, maybe it's true that I'm like this way or whatever. Because a lot of times it is hard for us to do it. We don't look in the mirror. We don't really look in the mirror. We look at our lips, we look at our hair, or we look at our teeth or our shirt or something. We don't really look at ourselves. I think I spent years where I never looked in the mirror, theoretically or actually, actually looked at myself, and then when I started doing it, then I started to see things. Another comment, it says, what if a person knows exactly who they are, but others are not willing to accept them for who they are, but rather as they want them to be? Well, you don't need to be around those people, If they're not willing to accept you for who you are, then it is what it is, But some of us suck, though. Some of us just suck. Like, we're just horrible freaking people, like, and you need to accept that reality too, And if that's the case, then you have a lot of room for improvement. You have a lot of opportunity for growth. There's always multiple ways to look at this. So, like, if let's say you're a very developed person, have a great character, great charisma, you are 100% true to yourself and others all the time, which is not going to be the case, like, for hardly anyone. But let's say that's the case, then you don't have much room for improvement. You don't have many opportunities, But if you are the opposite of that, then you have lots of opportunities for growth, And you can benefit from this growth. Your life changes, things improve, you become happier. Another comment, it says, this is a hard truth, but truth nonetheless. Putting down those defensive walls and being radically introspective and willing to investigate how others perceive us, how we communicate, where we're at in our life. These are tough but super empowering truths to learn. I agree with this, but how others perceive us is not nearly as important as how you perceive yourself, and being true to yourself. Being real, because the thing is, you have these people in competition with you, and you're not even competing with them. You're not even aware of this competition, because a person that's all about growth or whatever, they're not competing with no one else. Everyone is different. We're not on level playing field. We all have different battles. We all have different opportunities. We all have different situations, so it's impossible really to put us on the same thing and like put us in some kind of race related to our life or whatever. No, we are looking at ourselves. We're in competition with ourselves. That's the only thing. So, how the others perceive you is not nearly as important as how you perceive yourself, and you could have done better. You could have done better. Then you can improve that, regardless of what anyone else has to say about it. Another comment says, it's hard when you don't believe in yourself and you have people telling you how great you are. I don't know. I think I've been there before. I'm my own worst enemy. I think that's the truth for a lot of people. I think a lot of times we're afraid of success. We're afraid of leaving others behind. We're afraid of, like, I don't know, shining on others or whatever, making other people feel bad with our success or whatever, with our growth, because those things make people uncomfortable. When you walk into a room and you stand in your truth and you stand on your square and you have integrity and character, it automatically attracts envy. It automatically attracts, like, people not liking you or whatever, for whatever reason. They don't like it. It's because the reflection of themselves. They see themselves and it's like you're trying to make them feel bad about themselves because you feel good about yourself, but you can't worry about those things. I mean, that comes along with the territory. You can go along with the crowd and not have no self-respect and have no, like, holding yourself accountable and not know things and just go along with the pack and be controlled by emotions and spur of the moment situations. And that's fine, or you could not do that. But if you don't do that, then you won't be in that crowd. You know, you're going to have to stand alone. And it is scary to be alone. It's scary to make your own way. It's scary to not follow the path of everyone else, you know. But each one of us have to find our own route, our own road. You know, we're all fighting. We're all doing our own individual journey, you know. No one else is going to be there when you die. So how you felt about your life is what matters to you. Check this out. It says, this oval-shaped Indian school in desert stays naturally cool without AC. Oh, they won't let me play it. That sucks. It says, check out this video at Sam Bentley. It says, the architecture masterpiece in Jaisalmer, India, comes with a glorious purpose, and that's women empowerment. The structure is a school in actuality designed by New York-based Diana Kellogg Architects and commissioned by U.S. NGO CETA. The Rajkumari Ratnavati Girls' School aims to educate to over 400 girls belonging to the below poverty line population of the remote Thar Desert region. The building has been carved by local craftsmen using hand-cut local Jaisalmer sandstone. Thus, even amid the scorching temperatures of the desert, the school remains cool without any air conditioners. The ochre hue of the building blends beautifully with the surrounding golden sands. Even the school uniforms are unique and traditional, designed by renowned fashion designer Sabashti Mukherjee. Students of Rajkumari Ratnavati Girls' School wear blue Curtis with intricate traditional works on the border and smart violet trousers. I wish I could play this video because they're talking about how the way this building was engineered, the shape of it, it has solar panels on the top. You know, it has covered areas for them to run around and play in or whatever. It has the windows are higher up in the rooms so that the heat can go out that way, and then they don't have like sun blazing in on them. And the way the shape of the building is so that it can catch the wind no matter which direction is blowing, you know. So without any air conditioning, the place still stays cool. And the way we build things is what's important, you know. And that's what I think we need to get back to, being closer to nature and taking advantage of, you know, the way the world works instead of pushing against it and building these boxes for us to reside in. And we have to rely on these artificial air conditioning, you know, technology instead of taking advantage of nature, you know. It just doesn't cost you much at all. Let me see. I think I can just read this. This is located in Jaisalmer. It says it helps empower and educate nearly 400 girls aged between 5 and 16 in rural India. The shape and position of the building helps catch the wind, which and then funneled into the school, helping cool the temperature. The classrooms have high ceilings, allowing heat to rise and leave out of small windows that help reduce the heat to the classrooms from 20 to 30 degrees Fahrenheit cooler. Inspired by the ancient harvesting water techniques, the roof and courtyard collect water from the monsoons that can be used at a later date. Solar panels on the roof provide electricity for lighting and fans, and also serve as shaded canopy area for children to play in below. Would you like to see more sustainable projects like this? Yes, I would. We should be building like this all over the world. It just makes sense. Let's read a couple comments. It says, I love this, work with nature. Another comment, it says, what if it's super windy? Another comment says, truly remarkable. I have visited absolutely in the middle of the desert, but such a happy place. Another comment that says, America will never. Another comment that says, great, let's see how the kitchen operates. Another comment that says, all things yes, everything new built in the Sun Belt, and the South should be harnessing all of this amazingness. Another comment says, there's also not searing 115, 125 degree temps there. Another comment that says, clay water system. Another one that says, describe their definition of naturally cool. Another comment that says, most of the invention born in India, but name taken away from foreign countries. Another comment that says, other countries don't have such minds. Another comment that says, right now I see what my father was telling me. Never neglect the little beginning. My 2000 turned into, Another comment that says, getting return was all I ever wanted. Oh my God. Okay, I'm done. Yeah, so the name of the show today was Is Progress a Bad Word? And it's like reading the comments underneath here where people have negative things to say about this structure or this way of building and what they're doing here. It's like, why do you have a problem with this? You know, it seems like progressive is a bad word. You know, it's like being more innovative, working more with nature, improving things like improving our voting system or improving the way we are sustainable or how we use electricity or power or whatever, the way we use water, you know, improving the way we build structures, you know. It's like bad words, you know. Whenever someone talks about like making things better, then people automatically jump on you like so you're a communist, you know, you into communism or you're a socialist or whatever, you know, so you're a leftist or whatever. Like, bro, like it doesn't matter what side of the political spectrum you're on. We all should be trying to be progressive to improve things. You think things are fine and there's no need to improve things, or do you? There's no, you know, things will never be better than the way that they are. You know, if everybody thought that way, then we'd still be like, you know, in the Stone Age or whatever. You know, we wouldn't have any of the technologies that we have. You know, come on, man. I don't understand why when someone tries to, it may not be a good idea. It may not work, but can we try it? Can we explore the idea, you know, and see what happens? You know, why does people always have to bash on you when you're trying to improve things? You know, things need to be improved. Things can improve and things will continue to improve. But, you know, you labeled as a progressive, then you're a bad person. Like you're bad. I really don't get it. I'm trying to explain something that I completely don't understand. I don't get it at all. Like, why? You always got something negative to say about somebody trying to improve things and make things better. You don't want to see no improvement. What is it? How did you get there mentally? God. In your household, can you improve anything in your household? Everything is perfect in your household, right? There's no improvement that can happen in your household, right? In your city, your community, your neighborhood, everything is hunky-dory and great. It'll never be any better than it is. So anybody that's trying to be progressive is a bad person.
I am officially obsessed with this scholarship by these Federalist Society judges, and I don't normally say that. But what's fascinating about it is that what they're saying is that it is unquestionably fair.
Come on.
To say that Donald Trump, this is what they're saying, engaged in the January 6th insurrection through both his actions and his inaction. And therefore, they say that under the 14th Amendment's Article 3, he cannot be, even in some cases, added to the ballot to be president of the United States. And people can sue over that and make that claim. What do you make of their argument?
Well, I think that there's a great deal to be said for it. you don't have to be an originalist, somebody who thinks that the Constitution's meaning has to be excavated from the history and what people understood it meant at the time. In this case, it's simply the straight up language. 14th Amendment, Section 3 says that anybody who takes an oath to uphold the Constitution and thereafter engages in or gives aid and comfort to an insurrection cannot hold any office under the United States, period. Now, back in, I think it was the spring of last year, Judge Michael Ludig, a distinguished conservative, and I both wrote that we thought those words meant exactly what they said. A lot of people have said, oh no, you have to take them in light of an 1869 decision rendered by Chief Justice Chase in a case called In re Griffin. Well, these two scholars do a terrific job of shredding that circuit court opinion by one Supreme Court justice. So what is left? Well, what's left is a kind of practical argument. Some people say that provision can't be self-executing. It can't just rise up out of the ashes and grab politicians and say, sorry, you were an insurrectionist, you can't run. There has to be implementing legislation under Section 5 of the 14th Amendment. But there's nothing in there that suggests that you need new legislation. And anyway, all 50 states have laws called quo warranto laws, laws where you can ask, by what warrant do you hold this office? And the only modern decision applying this language used that law or something just like it in New Mexico to say that a county commissioner who had actually taken part in the insurrection, though he hadn't been convicted of any insurrection crime, only of trespass, couldn't hold his office. Now, an appeals court never ruled on that because the case became moot. He lost an election. But I would imagine that whenever Donald Trump tries to run in any particular jurisdiction, the Secretary of State of that jurisdiction, whether on the basis of this article or a little more obviously on the basis of, this little pamphlet, the Constitution of the United States, just read it and say, wait a minute, you can't run. Now he will say, I was never convicted of insurrection. I was only convicted in the District of Columbia under the indictment brought under other laws by Jack Smith. I'm assuming perhaps he will have been convicted before the election. Right. But it is clear you don't have to be convicted of insurrection in order to be disqualified.
Dun, dun, dun. Things get thick and heavy. I wonder, I think that a lot of people will argue that it wasn't an insurrection on January 6th, and that would give him a way out or whatever, and then you have a lot of people who are saying the whole reason why that they're charging Trump with these charges is to make it so where it said he can't run or whatever. But I don't, maybe there's some truth to that, but it won't be successful. I don't think that it has, it's going to work. I don't think that's going to work. I think that, regardless, he's going to be able to run, but if they did charge him, if they did call January 6th an insurrection, and if he hasn't been charged with like sedition or treason or anything like that, and I think that for that reason, that it would cause these things to trigger in so that he wouldn't be able to hold any kind of public office ever again, So the argument that's saying that, the reason why they're doing this is so that he can't run and he can't hold public office, I don't think that holds much water because of the charges that he's been charged with. But if he was charged with a treason or saying that January 6th was an insurrection, then that would be them trying to make sure that he can't run anymore or whatever. But things can get really sticky with this because if some citizens come in and they're reading the Constitution and they're looking at this situation, and then they somehow get a suit, on the docket, and it ends up making it to the Supreme Court, then things can get, complicated, because then at that point, the Supreme Court would have to make a ruling on this. And, even though, we have this ideological divide in the Supreme Court, I think it would be difficult for them to, back Trump on this, because everything in the Constitution would be pushing, against it or whatever. If that makes any sense. So it says the 14th Amendment, Section 3 says that anybody who takes an oath to uphold the Constitution and thereafter engages in or gives aid and comfort to an insurrection cannot hold any office under the United States, period. So, but like I say, I think that the argument would be, did he actually do those things, or was he involved in those things? Let's see. Tweet reply says, we the people, the rightful masters of both Congress and the courts, not to overthrow the Constitution, but to overthrow the men who pervert the Constitution. Abraham Lincoln. A couple comments. It says, but DOJ didn't charge Comrade Trump with insurrection, despite all the elements of insurrection are in the charges. See, that's what I'm saying. They didn't actually charge. None of his cases say that. So, it's like they're saying that, but they didn't go all the way out and charge him with it. Another comment, it says, the Constitution may say that. Who is going to close the gate on Trump? No one, I know. Another comment, it says, I think Trump Co. thought this to be true because that's the stunt they were going to pull against BLM and Kamala Harris if they successfully blame BLM for January 6th. New York Post, it says, foreign clients gave Hunter a Porsche, a diamond, and millions of dollars. What do they think they were buying? Joe for sale, open for business. Migrants will cost New York taxpayers $12 billion. I don't know if this is an actual real deal. I don't think it is. But someone posting this underneath this one related to Trump is where we are in our political landscape. It's like, we're talking about Trump here. We're not talking about Biden. So it's like, I don't see, it's so crazy how people do this. It's like, okay, when we talk about Biden, let's talk about Biden. When we talk about Trump, let's talk about Trump. So it's like Trump did something, but what about what Biden did? Okay, that's not what we're talking about right now. That's not even an argument. That's so crazy to me. And really, whenever they do that, I think that it's showing that they don't have any rebuttal to what's being said when they have to start talking about what Biden did. So if you feel like Trump didn't do anything or whatever, you're trying to defend Trump. Don't talk about what somebody else did. That's not a defense. It says Trump for role on January 6th. 2 law professors active in the Federalist Society wrote that the original meaning of the 14th Amendment makes Donald Trump ineligible to hold government office. I can't read this. Weeping force of Section 3. I can't read that. It's too small. Another comment, it says, that's your insurrection, failing to provide required security. See, that's a fair argument right there. It's like, did he actually do anything? And it's like, so then they're saying failing to provide required security. People are making the argument that, the FBI, they knew about what was going to happen on January 6th, and then they didn't provide proper security that actually put less people there. They had less military police. It's really crazy how those people were able to get into their courtyard area anyways that area is usually really secure, but they didn't have enough people there, and the people just overloaded, the little bit of security that they had there. And so people are making the argument that these people were allowed to get into the courtyard and then allowed to get into the building. But then on that, you have to think about the people that are like, let's say, Trump supporters who work within these security agencies or whatever, and are sympathetic to the plight of Trump. And, so then they didn't do their job or whatever because they wanted things to play out the way that they wanted things to play out. What's up, Doc?
Do I need to call Pat?
Sure. I mean, let me read some another comments. It says, John Solomon, America has evidence to warrant a full investigation into Biden administration. So there goes another thing about Biden's, investigating Biden underneath this tweet related to, the 14th Amendment and talking about Trump. Like, that's not a defense.
It's like, no offense, but they're going to have to convict Trump to disqualify him.
And then the charges aren't even insurrect. I don't even think that would work.
No. It's conspiracy. You know why? Because if they go at him and they really take this apart, the only thing he's really charged with, if you get down to it, is conspiracy, meaning acting with other people. The one little sedition thing that he did this wrong and that wrong, that they're trying to get him on, it really will only stick if they can prove that at any time he truly believed that the election was real, that he had won. They can only really stick most of what they've got on him if they can prove that at some time he told someone, well, I don't believe it, but I'm going to do this. Because everything he took from the day one to the end of this whole arc was literally step by step, legally, politically, all of that, what you do if you challenge an election. It's the same thing that they did with his election. It's the same thing they did with 44's election. It all went through all these processes. It was just drug out by spectacle.
Yeah. So, yeah.
Like I said, they're going to have to prove that at some point he went, yeah, I did lose this. Come on, guys. Here's the deal. I lost this, but let's prove that I didn't.
Yeah.
And they're never going to do that because, dude, he actually believes it. I look at him when he talks. He actually believes that this is all, political fuckery.
Yeah. And so with the actual charges that he has, like, even if they catch him on those charges, I don't think that would eliminate him from being able to run, because they didn't charge him with the right stuff that would actually do it. But I think that those charges, those federal charges, are the ones that's interesting to me. I think those might stick. But again, I don't think that they would eliminate him from being able to run. Unless he goes to jail. Because I don't know how you can run.
It's going to get appealed to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court's going to knock it down anyway.
That's possible. And it's going to get drug out. The election is going to end up happening before any of that stuff even gets concluded, I think. So like I say, I mean, the only thing would be is if he actually got locked up.
One of the most interesting constitutional discussions that there are that I've ever been able to conceive. Can the president pardon himself?
I know, that's what I was about to say. That's the same thing I was thinking right now, is because let's say he all this gets drug out, the election happens, he wins, he becomes the president, and then he gets found guilty for something that they have to put him in prison for. How can you arrest a sitting president and put him in jail?
He doesn't have to be found guilty. He can pardon himself from the charges without the court ever finishing. And there's reasonable doubt to pardon as it is right now. Thank you, January 6th committee and the left, since you destroyed and burned all that fucking evidence, which you should have kept because, well, actually they burned it before they announced the lawsuits. So technically it's not part of discovery, but that was some foul play. All the
Man,
evidence they used to come up with the charges and stuff, they turned around and burned all the stuff. So the only thing, it's kind of like that walking the shaman guy around popped up after 2 years. So it's like, what all got burned that didn't prove or may prove otherwise?
man, it would be crazy times if it was he got found guilty, he pardoned himself, and all of
Right.
this.
I'm going to tell you the truth. I only think it's about a 20% chance that he really was behind this crazy friggin' scheme. I think he's more like the madman. I think he's more like the reality show dumbass than a mustache twirling supervillain.
Well, I think that he set himself up to be able to have plausible deniability regardless. He can always say, I never directly told those people to go and do that stuff and that they did it on their own. I'm not the mastermind. I didn't tell these people to do this stuff. And I think that would work. It would be hard unless
Yeah,
there was some kind of
I've always said he's a lot smarter than everybody thinks.
yeah, it would be hard unless there was a succession of orders that went down. Like he told this person and that person told this person, and it somehow was organized in that way. And I don't think it was.
Here we go with one, it's conspiracy. Two, they're going to have to prove that at some time he was acting under the oppression or in a manner that proves that he did not that he believed he did not win. And they're not going to be able to pull any of that.
They keep going into Hunter Biden. Let's go ahead and play this since it's here.
Appointment of a special counsel. A former federal prosecutor I spoke to just before this event said to me the appointment of a special counsel would have the effect of delaying a resolution on the Hunter Biden matter, in his opinion. And it would certainly delay any anticipated testimony from the U.S. attorney in Delaware to Republicans on Capitol Hill who have been seeking that testimony for several months. So it's an extraordinary development considering where the two parties were 2 weeks ago to wrap up this years-long case, now to the appointment of a special counsel that will have these broad authorities, most importantly, to continue this ongoing investigation, Margaret.
Catherine, and it really is interesting given that it was June 7th, the U.S. attorney said he had ultimate authority, and then again had said that, to Congress that he felt he had that. And now this Tuesday says, I need some independence to go further into this investigation.
So it says U.S. Attorney General Garland appoints David Weiss as special counsel in the Hunter Biden investigation. I guess Garland feels like he's got a lot on his plate. He's like, it's too much going on. I need some help with this. Let's get somebody else in here to deal with this particular one. Or maybe he just want to politically distance himself from that situation. Yeah. And again, that post was underneath the Biden one. So it's like, instead of dealing directly with the Trump situation, people want to go into this.
Oh, dude, come on. How many times have we been looking at something about this, that, or the other, and it comes up, well, what about Trump? What about Trump? What about Trump?
Yeah.
It's viable. I mean, because you got to understand, while everybody's looking at what's going on here, they're softballing what's going on with Hunter. And the truth is, the big guy is so close to this whole situation that it could end up if we're lucky, disqualifying both of these fuckers from office. That would be the best bet for the whole country.
Yeah, I feel like whoever did anything illegal, they all should be held accountable. So nobody should get a pass. That's the way I feel. You want to deal with Trump's situation, deal with it. You want to deal with Biden's situation, deal with it.
And the
nobody
truth
gets
is,
a pass.
and thing is, you're saying, oh, we'll deal with it. Well, guess what? The whole situation going on there has been going on a lot longer than January 6th. No, it has. The whole Russian investigation, the whole, you are, Putin's bitch. Oh, well, you're Ukraine's bitch. Oh, well, no, wait a minute. You're like Kingpin over there. What's going on? All of that has been just like when they went after 45 the first time. She's talking about, we've been trying to impeach him for a year and a half so far. And the charge that they impeached him on happened 6 months before the impeachment.
Yeah.
That's why people keep throwing in whatabouts, why not this? It's very, very convenient to follow rules and speed things up and get things done when it's against a conservative. But when it comes to it being a liberal or on the other side of that elephant donkey combination, look what Trump's doing.
Yeah, they both sides do it. I ain't gonna lie. I just feel like
I'm saying far more. The left far more is doing it whenever their leaders get pointed at right now. But then again, when you have something the size of a spectacle of him, it's like you've got this giant turd in clown boots, and you've got what appears to have the semblance of the new normal. What are people going to concentrate on? They're going to look at the one odd thing when they don't realize that the other one is a mishmash of such oddities that it needs to be sorted out before you can even begin to start carving out the bad parts.
Let me read a couple more tweet replies. This one, it says, Trump, as well as the 147 Republicans from both houses that voted to overturn democracy and the Constitution, should be barred from ever holding office again. Another one, it says, it wasn't an insurrection. Don't you think if it was really an insurrection that more than one person would have been shot and not one of the tourists? Somebody put a old post related to Biden. It says 1977, Biden said integrating Black students would turn schools into a jungle, a racial jungle. It says, I don't want my children to grow up in a jungle or racial jungle. Joe Biden. Something's wrong with the date on this. It says May 23rd, 2020. But that was from 1977.
That's a watermark. That is actually a 1977 headline and stuff. But if you'll notice, that is a byline from whatever article that they're putting that in.
Okay. Yeah. This thing is a mess. I'll say that. Well, let me ask you, the name of the show today is progressive a bad word? What do you think about that?
I'm not going to squeeze out a definition of something like that to be bad or anything, because that's just trying to play tricks with words. That's like, well, why are they called conservatives if they keep bothering our lives? And I'm like, well, why is it called liberals when they want to put you in jail for your words? I'm not going to play that game. Progressive, not a big deal. Progressivism, that's more along the lines of where the problem is. Just like woke is not a problem, wokeness is. I'm not going to play this splice a definition down to try to make it good or bad, because all that does is play into the hatred on one side or another.
So wait, you said progressivism is bad? Is that what you said?
Anything that's taken to the point of beyond what it is, to the point where it becomes a cult, a religion, a movement, that's when it starts to get bad.
Yeah, I just the reason why I put that on there is just I think that's in our political scheme right now. That's where we stand. I think a lot of people think that way, you know. So you know, when anything becomes a cult, you know, like I wrote a paper that science is a religion, you know, and it's like science is becoming like a cult, you know, where, you know, they don't actually follow the science as much as it's more about their predetermined beliefs, you know. But as far as with progressive, you know, my argument is that it shouldn't be bad, you know, regardless, you know. If something becomes like a cult, then I understand. I sympathize with that. But what I'm saying is that, you know, trying to make things better, trying to improve things, and people automatically, you know, jump on you.
Absolutely. Absolutely 100%. And I do that with a lot of people that try to shove crap down my throat that I don't like or agree in. And when I'm told I don't get it, I don't understand, I'm not the real thing, I'm like, no, fuck you. That is what America is about. I don't have to like your political ideas. I don't have to like the answers that you come up with a way to solve things. You don't have to like mine. We do need to get along. We need to stop drawing lines like using progressive as a line, liberal, conservative. These are, you know, not just Republican, Democrat. There's all kinds of other things and a whole bunch of stuff between these absolutes. And that's the real problem, is people arguing absolutes. What you call progressive in some instances, I very much call regressive. There's a lot of things people are calling progressive right now that I call downright subversive, especially when it comes to forced speech and forced thought. So, like I say, it's about how it's being used. It's about how far it goes. It's about at what point does it stop becoming an idea and become a necessary acceptance, or I am a bad person. Because like I say, somebody else's utopia is, one person's utopia is someone else's dystopia. And you might say, well, this is what we need to do from the bottom. I really believe this and stuff like that. Well, you know what? There's a lot of things that I really believe otherwise. There's a lot of things that I believe, hey, you're heading the right direction, but you don't give a shit enough about this. There's been several times where I've been argued, well, if the government forces the change, it will be made. And that is one of the most disturbing arguments that I get from left people ever. And very few right-wingers and conservative people say that, well, if we get the government to change it, it will force the people. And like I said, that is the scariest anti-constitutional statement that I can think of. That it makes me actually sit back and I've got to reassess how to consider that person when they use that argument with me, because that is the argument of a fanatic. That is an argument of someone that it doesn't matter the consequences or what other people think. It is well, we're just going to have these guys do it and you're going to be forced to comply. That's fucking scary that the government is coming to this now. 200 years plus of our government about what the government can't do and what they're not allowed to do. And now they're starting to flip that script and start to tell the people what they can and can't do. The only people they should be able to tell what they can and can't do, other than reasonable basic laws for a human society, is to crack at these freaking corporations, which are not individual human entities. They are corporate structures. They are businesses. They are not people and do not get the same, should not get the same rights under the Constitution as individual people. They are public entities.
Yeah.
And should be treated as such.
I agree with you. But they do, and they get all of the benefits of it, and then they don't get no scrutiny and don't get held accountable in our present system. Let me play this. It says, paradise turned into hell. All these standing trees turned into dust. Totally normal, but do not question it. Let's play this. Video footage of wildfire that happened in Hawaii. It was a normal like wildfire, but it got pushed by the wind from an offshore hurricane, which made it like way bigger and more destructive. And
it changed what would normally be a predictable fire into basically an uncontrolled wildfire.
Yeah, wildly uncontrolled, and it happened really fast and burned all this stuff down. Yep, a lot of property damage and a lot of people died and are displaced.
A large field of condominiums and hotels and maybe even casinos pop up here in the near future.
Yep. Yep. Very likely.
Have you looked into any of the neighborhoods that were taken down during the Floyd riots?
I think I saw some stuff on that. Like they all got gentrified, right? Basically.
What do you mean gentrified?
Well, they turned into condos and
they had corporate
avocado
interests.
toast.
They had corporate interests come in and take it and buy the properties out. Why? Because most of the places have had multiple riots. They can't be insured. Why would people want to risk their money rebuilding their own neighborhoods? I'm sorry. They want to cry, oh, we burned down our own neighborhood, and now they're all coming in, and it's turning into stuff we can't afford. What are they going to do? Build new hovels? Build new crappy places to live and sit there? Why would you want to build a brand new apartment building to make $600 or $800 a month when you can build a building with the exact same amount of money, have better amenities in it, and charge a little more so it upkeeps and has a higher percentage? They literally were in a position right now that people are complaining about neighborhoods that they burnt up themselves. They burnt themselves out of their home. And now they're upset because they're not going to get new apartment buildings. They're getting upset because Walmart reopened and got looted again. And they reopened and got looted again. And they reopened and said, well, fuck this. We're not going to reopen again. Yet Walmart's the bad guy for pulling out of that neighborhood. There's a couple of brothers in Chicago, the Chicago neighborhood. They had rebuilt their shoe store 5 times. Looted, burned, even to the point where they knew some of the people on the video screen that were pulling the shit out of there. And then the whole neighborhood lost their mind when they decided to go to a suburban white area and open up their shoe store. And guess what? Their first 6 months being open was better than their best year living in that neighborhood. So who is doing it? Is it the corporate people and the banks doing all this? Or is it the people that have done it to their own neighborhoods? If you're going to riot and burn down your own neighborhood like that, then how can you also protest who decides to buy that property and what they decide to do with it? You already decided what you wanted to do with it. You've done what you wanted to do. You destroyed it. But you damned the man.
Well, I would say the good suffer with the bad, and I don't condone any of that stuff. But the people that's complaining may not necessarily be the same people who were burning the stuff down. You know what I mean? These areas have.
No, it's the people that are living in an area that is rioted 5 or 6 times and keeps destroying their own area. You got to understand the Floyd stuff is not the only thing that has been going on. That was just the stuff televised. They've had crap like that going on, riots and off and that in Chicago for years. They were also being an alternative financial center, one of the big ones for the yuppie riots. I can't remember what those were.
What I'm saying is, not all of those people in that area were rioting. I'm sure. I'm sure there were people that lived in that area that was against the riots.
Well, see, here's where you go when people shit in the friggin' street. People don't want to live around it anymore. Some people walk past. Some people try to clean it up, but for the most part, people will leave it to somebody else. It really, really sucks that a lot of people that may or may not have been involved, but then again, at the same time, when a destructive force comes to an area repeatedly, the question is, why have you dug in? It's kind of like people that have a big house and rebuild it after it gets nailed by a hurricane at Galveston. Well, another one's coming. It's like neighborhood in Louisiana. 7 out of the 9 hurricanes that have hit it, this one particular neighborhood has flooded. Yet people keep moving back to that neighborhood, to that parcel of land. Well, it's not because they can't afford to move anywhere or anything like that. It's because they're used to it. They want to call it their home. They want to dig in.
Yeah, well, not everybody has resources to go other places. Their job may be there, and they just don't have the income to go somewhere else.
See, here's where I'm going to turn around and say that is such a generic standard softball excuse. I don't even acknowledge that. Because I'm sorry, we live in a state right now that is half the cost of the specific areas that I've been talking about. And that's if you live in a city. It's a quarter if you find a way to move in the country. Where's your money coming from? Well, where is their money coming from?
Well, do you have the resources?
Half of these people, actually, yes, I do.
To up and move into the country or to move from the area that you live in or whatever?
Depends on what you're asking for in resources and things like that. If there's a job, if there's a possibility, if I can get a job there, yeah. If I can get a place near place to live near that job, even better. But how many people have looked into it? I know 27 different states that I could move to right now. And as long as I've got a job when I get there, I won't have a problem. And to get a job, well, there's such a thing as work. Are we not in the great quitting age where half the people are going mobile? Oh, wait, but they don't do that in most of those neighborhoods. Most of those neighborhoods are gridlocked into generational poverty because of the community and because of the culture that is being lived in. It's like they don't get a chance to crawl out because their own people are dragging them back down.
Well, I agree with that.
And
Let's
again,
cover.
I'm not saying that as a general overbearing statement for everybody, but I'm sorry, when I see someone with a perfectly capable background, perfectly capable education going, well, I'll live here because I can't live anywhere else. No, that's not true. You live there because you haven't looked. You live there because it's easy, because you're dug in, because you don't.
You're breaking up.
And that is why both the left and the right have a lot of problems going on with them right now. Is there's so many hardliners and old ass people. You know, you got to understand. There's still great generation people in Congress right now. Probably 60-70% of them are friggin' boomers. They don't understand. Even the more progressive on the right side right now are more in touch with happy days than they are, these are the days.
Let's cover this right here. It says about 49,500 people took their own lives last year in the U.S., the highest number ever, according to the new government data. And this is Associated Press. Let's read a little bit of this. Associated Press, U.S. suicide hit an all-time high last year. Mike Stowe, August 10th, 2023. It says about 49,500 people took their own lives last year in the U.S., the highest number ever according to new government data posted Thursday. The Center for Disease Control and Prevention, which posted the numbers, has not yet calculated a suicide rate for the year, but available data suggests suicides are more common in the U.S. than at any time since the dawn of World War II. There is something wrong. The numbers should not be going up, said Christina Wilbur, 45-year-old Florida woman whose son shot himself to death last year. My son should not have died, she said. I know it's complicated, I really do, but we have to be able to do something that we're not doing, because whatever we're doing right now is not helping. It says, experts caution that suicide is complicated and that recent increases might be driven by a range of factors, including higher rates of depression and limited availability of mental health services. But a main driver is the growing availability of guns, said Jill Harkiv-Friedman, Senior Vice President of Research at the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention. It says, suicide attempts involving guns end in death far more often than those with other means, and gun sales have boomed, placing firearms in more and more homes. So, and it has a chart here that says U.S. suicides rose steadily over the last 2 decades. So it shows here back in 1970, it was just over 20,000. And then it continues to go up, got a little bitty dip in 2000. And then you got like a pretty dramatic increase after 2000. It looks like a little dip in, 2019, 2020, and then it goes up. So the chart ends at right under 50,000 suicides. Let's read some more. It says, a recent Johns Hopkins University analysis used preliminary 2022 data to calculate that the nation's overall gun suicide rate rose last year to an all-time high. For the first time, the gun suicide rate among Black teens surpassed the rate among white teens, the researchers found. I don't know if you could talk about suicide without talking about firearms, Harkiv-Friedman said. U.S. suicide steadily rose from the early 2000s until 2018, when the nation rate hit its highest level since 1941. That year saw about 48,000 suicide deaths, or 14.2 for every 100,000 Americans. The rate fell slightly in 2019 and dropped again in 2020 during the first year of the COVID-19 pandemic. Some experts tied that to a phenomenon seen in the early stages of wars and natural disasters when people pull together and support each other. But in 2021, suicide rose 4%. Last year, according to the new data, the number jumped by more than 1,000 to 49,449, about a 3% increase versus the year before. The provisional data comes from the U.S. death certificate and is considered almost complete, but it may change slightly as death information is reviewed in the months ahead. It says the largest increase we're seeing in older adults. Deaths rose nearly 77% in people ages 45 to 64 and more than 8% in people 65 and older. White men in particularly have high rates, the CDC said. Many middle-aged and elderly people experience problems like losing a job or losing a spouse, and it's important to reduce stigma and other obstacles to them getting assistance, said Dr. Deborah Howard, the CDC Chief Medical Officer. Suicides in adults ages 22 to 44 grew about 1%. The new data indicates that suicide became the second leading cause of death in that age group in 2022, up from 4 in 2021. Despite the grim statistics, some say there is a reason for optimism. A national crisis line launched a year ago, meaning anyone in the U.S. can dial 988 to reach mental health specialists. The CDC is expanding suicide program to fund more prevention work in different communities, and there's growing awareness of the issue that it's okay to ask for help, health officials said. It says there were more than 8% drop in suicide in people ages 10 to 24 in 2022. That may be due to increased attention to youth mental health issues and push for schools and others to focus on the problem, CDC officials said. But even the smaller number masks tragedy for families. Christina Wilbur lost her 21-year-old son, Calais, on June 16th last year. He died in a home in Land O'Lakes, Florida. Calais Wilbur had lost 2 friends and an uncle to suicide and had been dealing with depression. On that horrible morning, he and his mother were having an argument. She had confronted him about his drug use, his mother said. She left his bedroom, and when she returned, he had a gun. I was begging him not to and to calm down, she said. It looked like he relaxed for a second, but then he killed himself. She described her life since the black hole of emptiness and sorrow and found it hard to talk to friends, even family, about Calais. There's just this huge 6'2" hole everywhere, she said. Everything reminds me of what's missing. It's hard to find professionals to help, and those that are around can be expensive, she said. She turns to support groups, including an organization called Alliance of Hope for Suicide Loss Survivors that operates 24/7 online forum. There's nothing like being with people who get it, she said. A little bit more. It says, the Associated Press Health and Science Department received support from the Howard Hughes Medical Institute Science and Education Medical Group. The AP is solely responsible for all content. Is that it?
I don't know how this article got through, man.
Go ahead, comments.
Like I said, start with the top. They're saying, oh, the suicides are up. Oh, it's about guns. It's about guns. They never lead you to any kind of gun control. Oh, children are killing themselves more. Guns are more available. And then they say suicide rate is down amongst kids. It's up amongst old white men. At no point was any data given on suicide by gun versus suicide by other things. And all they said about it effectively was it's often more successful. So, you know, that article was so all over. They didn't concentrate on it's an all-time high. I do think that it was really, really funny that 45 got elected and it went down. And they're saying, oh, no, it was the pandemic that did that and the country pulling together. Never giving any kind of possibility. It's like, that was a major shift in the attitude of America. And the sad thing is, there was a lot of people that felt hopeful because finally we had a non-politician. And then, like I said, that article was so all over. It blames guns and gives no gun data, and then it places two tear-jerking stories seeded through there about people that kill themselves with guns. And no offense, that's anecdotal evidence that they're throwing in there to twist and hammer around their point, which at no point did they actually prove or back up that guns were the cause of this and accessibility to guns.
Yeah, I agree with that point. I think that, if they wanted to make that point, that they should have put more data in there related to that. And they absolutely did not. After reading the article, the first thing I was thinking about was drug overdoses. And I wonder how that impacts this. Like they didn't put the data in there for that. So like, I wonder.
And when you've got drug overdoses, there's also the question of accidental and purposeful.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say.
There was a very high number of addicts being considered suicide overdoses, but they weren't suicide overdoses. Literally, they got locked inside. They weren't able to get their usual drugs. They made by with what they could. The world opened back up. They've got accessibility again, so they go back to the dose size that they remember doing. And now their body can't handle it. Bam, boom, dead. Now they're lacing so much shit with fentanyl that someone who's used to having a nice little gray tar bump or brown tar bump is now getting brown tar and fentanyl. And that chemical cacophony right there just blows their system up. And which of these is considered suicidal? Which of it is considered accidental? I would say whichever one makes more money for the state.
Right. And then I would ask also related to that is like how many other deaths related to drugs, wasn't considered overdose, but led to a death that, maybe, weren't suicide or were suicides or whatever. Like, the reason why I wanted to cover this is because I feel like, people are desperate, people are depressed, people are sad. And it's like a lot of the pressure from the situations, like at the beginning of the show, I was talking about how people spend 50% of their income for their rent, and that doesn't even count the rest of their bills. And, people are stressed out, and I think that has an impact on these situations. The deaths they were talking about the older folks or whatever, and then like they mentioned losing a job or whatever, and it's like you and also you may have medical conditions that you can't pay for or whatever, and you just don't want to go down the road of sending your family into this situation where they got to spend all their money to try to save you, and so you just want to get that off of them so they don't have to.
They've spent their lives being a provider and now find out that they're going to become a burden.
Right.
A true provider. That's one of the times when, I hate to say it, a strong man will choose the cowardice of self-deletion. Because they are doing it not because that they're weak, but because they don't want their family to suffer. They feel like this is the strong way to go. Problem is, they also don't think about things like you take yourself out that way,
and they're gonna get
the
the
family
insurance.
doesn't get the insurance benefits. I mean, you're literally destroying the potential for generational wealth that way. For them to get that head start, to get ahead of the system, to be able to get that car, that house, so they can stop working on getting the car and the house and start working on that FU money.
and it's just unfortunate around the board. I think if we really wanted to put pressure on these numbers, downward pressure on these numbers, then we would focus on social programs. Make sure that people aren't so stressed out, that people can live and be able to go to the doctor and pay their bills. I think that would have a great impact on this, a huge impact. That's just what I think. As far as the guns, I mean, you know how I feel about the guns, and then just focusing on the guns related to suicide is not what I would focus on. With the guns, I would just focus on what having to do with like mass shootings and people stressing out in a convenience store and worried about somebody coming in there and just mowing them down for no damn reason. That's where I would place the guns at. At the suicides, they're going to
If you're
find.
worried about them coming into the convenience stores, then you're going to have to worry about handguns, because most of those killings and drive-bys and all that shit are done in largely democratic populations with high amounts of gun control and high amounts of gang violence. See, those are the numbers. Those are where we're ignoring mass shootings. Everyone's worried about the crazy kid who was not stopped by the friggin' security like they were supposed to, killing them because they basically let him. But nobody was up in arms about the 9-year-old and the 23-year-old that shot 9 people up in Florida, who were out standing beside a convenience store with 2 people that had upset the shooters.
Yeah. So it's a real problem with that definition of mass shooter and what gets considered a mass shooting and what doesn't.
No. They're both mass shootings. It's which ones the media decides are more important. The defenseless kids were more important than the 9-year-old and the 23-year-old shooting, because that was a crazy white boy that said something that wrote down something Trump said at some time during the last few years, and it wasn't 2 hardcore gangbangers shooting up their own neighborhood.
And I agree with you, and that's basically the argument I'm making, is that they define certain things as mass shootings, and then others they don't give that same distinction to.
A mass shooting, thank you, Obama, has been determined any shooting that has an involvement of 3 or more people.
Yeah. So, but back to the suicides related to guns, I think that if somebody wanted to commit suicide, they find a way to do it whether they had access to guns or not. So I don't know that the guns really have, I'm sure it has some impact, but as far as enough to focus on the guns related to suicides, I think that's the wrong area to focus.
Well, they're also talking about, it's more effective, it's more likely to succeed, but at the same time, if it's what they're really wanting to do, you throw yourself off a small building and don't quite finish the job. Well, crap, now you just become now it's really an interesting situation. Yeah, you want to go off yourself, but now we're state required to provide you with the care you need to get back up on your feet. Then fix your mind. Now you've got the crippled body going on with the crippled mind.
Terrible.
Anyone out there thinking I'm an asshole about these things, I am using provocative language. I am saying things flat out in what seems to be a non-empathetic way. Trust me, I don't feel I am not going to be empathetic in the point where I do not choose to suffer the same way as others. But there is no reason that you can't understand that I do recognize and feel myself what you feel. I get it. I'm not against mental illness. I am against people dying in any situation. And the greatest thing about this article, and I got to point it out, is a year ago, a nationwide hotline. If you have the need for mental health, if you just need to call someone, you don't even have to remember an 800 number anymore. Just dial 988 on your phone. You can get right away to someone 24 hours 7. You can get someone to help talk to you.
Yeah. And, don't do it. Think about your family members. Think about the other people that's going to be hurt by you not being here.
I'm not going to go with the don't do it statement. It's not my choice. I'm not going to argue with the choice you want to make. What I am going to do is say, hesitate. Wait, hold on, think. Talk with some people that don't know you and aren't involved. Hear a perspective from outside of your own head, outside of the world of people that are around you making you feel this way. Reach outside of yourself, because if you're reaching and all you find is the end, that's not what you're finding. You're just finding there not being a hand to reach out. You're finding that you're not connecting. Find someone, connect, think about it, and then make a choice.
And I wanted to make the comment related to the dip. And you said that maybe it's related to Trump. And I mean, these things are complicated, a lot of things going on, but I think
that was partly sarcasm too.
Well, I want to say that us being in lockdown caused us to be closer together, and it automatically caused our communities to be like stronger or whatever. We were forced to spend more time with our families. And for some people, maybe that would be a bad thing or whatever. But I think
it started going right back up after we got locked down together, which does fit the pattern, because remember that first 6 months we weren't allowed to drink inside while they locked us up. So yeah, family abuse and self-deletion started going off the rails during that time.
Well, I just want to make the comment that I think that finding community, being around others, can help you with those feelings, and also people coming to the aid of others as far as like reaching out to others, to talk to them or whatever, to hang out with them or whatever, can help people a lot. Just, talking to them on the phone or just like hanging out with them, having some kind of community type of activities, us being closer together. I think we're in a loneliness epidemic. We're so separated. We have the social media and stuff that we use, but it's causing us to be even more separated. A lot of people are really lonely, and they're stuck in their house by themselves, or they're stuck in their own little mental zone. I think that for as humans, we're community animals. And for us to be healthy, we need to be around other people. It helps with our mental health. As much as I don't really like to be in crowds and stuff like that, but
we're in a world that is more connected than it ever was. Yet at the same time, we're more isolated than we've ever been. And that was before the pandemic, and it's gotten worse because isolation has become an echo box for most people, and tribalism. I mean, people keep, we'll tear down this, tear down that, blah, blah, blah. It's like, so we want to go back to feudalism, or even the days before feudalism, to tribalism, to where the Georgians and the Mississippians would be having wars with each other instead of having a government to help stop us from it. States would be against states, families against families. New lines would be drawn everywhere. We're in a world where so many people are pushing conflict, and everyone wants to step up and be part of the fight, but at the same time, we kind of really just want to be left alone.
Yeah, we're in a terrible loneliness epidemic. I was reading an article about how many people live alone, and the numbers are crazy. It's like more than it's ever been. Our relationships aren't working out. and then we feel like we getting connections by getting clicks on fucking Instagram and fucking Facebook, but we still sitting there alone. It's really, really sad times. Let's move on. It says, with widespread expansion of social programs under Mexico's left-wing President AMLO, 8.9 million people were lifted out of poverty from 2020 to 2022. In 2 years, the national poverty rate fell 43.9% to 36.3%. AMLO. Do I want to read some of this? Is this an article? Hold on, let me see. It's in Spanish, so I could actually read it, but I don't know that people are going to understand. So let's move on. This one, the pipeline. Okay, this is interesting right here because this is something that is going underneath what's happening related to the coup in Niger and all of that. There's a pipeline associated to this situation. Let's play this.
A story that no one's talking about is the massive pipeline that is nearly set to go online. Now, it starts in Nigeria. It flows through Niger on its way up into Europe. Chevron, the United States, have already invested $13 billion into this pipeline. And guess what?
Come on.
Guys, after the Nord Stream pipeline destruction, Chevron stepped up production to get this up and running. Hey, we'll speed this up. We'll fast track this. And now the people of Niger are saying, wait a second, why are we going to allow a pipeline to flow right through our country so Europe can have natural gas? You are doing nothing for us. You continue to steal from us. Sorry, no more pipeline. This is why Europe is terrified this morning. The United States already blew up the Nord Stream pipeline, put their own pipeline into action in Africa. It's a smart business move, right? We'll just blow up the competition. Imagine Walmart doing that to Target stores. Yeah, we're just going to blow up those stores. Now you got to shop at Walmart. And now Niger is saying, hey, sorry, you're not going to use our country to transport your natural gas into Europe. Get out of here. So Europe is facing catastrophe with no Nord Stream pipeline coming from Russia any longer. And now the threat of this pipeline being shut down through Africa. This was their salvation.
So this is interesting because, I was wondering why this Niger coup situation was getting so much press, and it's because there's a lot more going on than what appears. That just appears. And I was wondering why the West cared so much about this situation. Like, it seems like, these kind of things happen all the time in different nations around the world, but especially in Africa. Coups come and go, governments change over, new leaders come, it happens all the time. But this particular one has been getting a whole lot of attention, and I think that this is one of the reasons. The West has there are direct implications to the West related to this situation. And that's why they're so hands-on in it. Let me read this. It says, Niger Pipeline, Europe Salvation. It says, you may have noticed that the West is quite worried about Niger's new post-coup direction. When you filter out the noise about defending democracy, there could be a lot more self-interest at work than many realize. Sure, we're all up to speed on France's energy interests and U.S. military interests in the country. There's also a new gas pipeline project, a key segment of which runs through Niger, that Europe's pinned a lot of hope on. Clayton Morris, the host of Redacted, argues here that it was supposed to come to the rescue after war and the Nord Stream explosion made Russian deliveries a no-no. U.S. companies have a lot of money tied up in the project as well. It certainly puts much of the condemnation coming from the EU and Washington in a new light. Let's read some tweet replies. It says, Chevron owns the pipeline through Niger. Everything about the war in Ukraine seems to lead back to American corporate profiteering at Europe's expense in destroyed lives. destroyed economies. It says Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell on Wednesday called for continued support for Ukraine during an event in Louisville, Kentucky. He pushed back on arguments from House Republicans and some Senate Republicans that Russian aggression in Ukraine is not an issue for the U.S. Quote, it says, people think increasingly it appears that we shouldn't be doing this. Well, let me start by saying we haven't lost a single American in this war, McConnell said. Most of the money that we spend related to Ukraine is actually spent in the U.S., replenishing weapons, more modern weapons. So it is actually employing people here and improving our own military for what may lie ahead. See, there's some truth to that related to all the money that they send to Ukraine. And then they end up just buying, weapons from American companies, So the money is just really going into the hands of the military industrial complex. Well, not all of it, but a good chunk of it. There's also a chunk of it that's going into the black market for arms. That's a whole nother story. But yeah, so that's what McConnell is saying. We haven't lost any Americans in the war. And then a lot of the money is just going to American companies anyways, So, but Europe is the one that's getting screwed in all of this. So I was saying this before. I really wouldn't be surprised if some of these European countries start to turn their back on this situation because they're like, we want to look out for our people, Not that we don't like Ukraine or whatever, but our people are suffering as a result of all of these decisions.
Please stop.
Let me read another tweet reply. It says,
Okay,
it's
I
so
sent
clear.
you a link. This reminds me of the franchise wars and Taco Bell from Demolition Man. I sent you a link to that. It's only like a little minute scene from the movie. It really fits in here in a way.
Yeah, I got it right here. I can't play any clips from any movies. They'll get me for that. 1993 Demolition Man. I see it. But yeah, I can't play this. They'll get me for this.
Okay.
Let me read a tweet reply. It says, it's so clear that everything that happens has to be taken at face value. It's much more complex than the mainstream media shows. Another one, it says, Nigeria needs that pipeline to survive. It's our gas, not Russian gas. Now that it's Nigerians' turn to earn a seat at the table, everyone suddenly remembers that African resources are for Africa. Newsflash, Nigeria has 2 pipeline projects. The AKK, which would spread gas across Nigeria, and the TGSP, which would pick the gas from the AKK and move it to Europe, earning Nigeria massive forex. Nigeria needs the pipe as much as Europe needs it. The new president of Nigeria vigorously campaigned on replacing Russia and Europe. So I wonder how much money actually will come into Nigeria as a result of this pipeline going through there. Are they going to pay these people for this? I wonder.
That's what they just said. You got to realize, Chevron's buying it cheap. They're getting wholesale price. But Nigeria is getting that wholesale price. They're the farm. Part of the project that Chevron did with them was help piping gas around their country to help their infrastructure. They're also selling gas up in Europe and stuff like that, which the Niger and the countries that the pipeline goes through agreed on. I don't know if it's a percentage or rental. I'm just going by how pipeline deals are normally done. But there's either a flat fee rental or a percentage on the amount that flows through that any country gets when the pipeline goes through. I mean, so And again, like they're saying, oh, they're taking our resources. Well, those are Nigeria's resources, not Niger. So that's kind of like saying the America is stealing Canadian resources when they're selling that sludge to South America that they're piping down from up there. And all we're doing is getting a percentage off of processing it, barreling it, and getting it ready to be shipped. We're not even doing the refining, despite the fact that it's dropping into an area that has some of the largest amount of refineries in the world. Canada is shipping all that oil down that pipeline because they want to send it over to another country to where they can process it cheaper with the buildings and facilities that they put up there. I've been reading a lot about pipelines and how they work and stuff like that. I didn't know all the stuff about this one. I don't know about the second two pipeline projects. I knew that it's all hidden. They're trying to get everybody to basically pipeline the stuff north, and from there it spreads across northern Africa and goes over to other places, and that they wanted to get their foot in the European market because right now Russia is like the United States when it comes to superiority and market strength up there, which is why that pipeline through Ukraine was so important. And we're not talking about the Nord one. We're talking about the one in the contested area, the area of ground that was very first taken over
by Russia. Yeah.
I mean, like I say, whatever agreement or not and stuff like that, we know what they were after. I know what they were after. And that pipeline was part of it. That's one of the first things they secured because that's their money. Now, the thing is, Niger, I just think they want more money. We've had a coup. We have a new government. We don't have to do what our previous government said. We're not bound to that. So give us those resources now. That's the same thing that Venezuela and Cuba did, which got us all pissed off and up in arms. Is they had a coup, and then they go in and take all the facilities and stuff like that private corporations have made and said, you're screwed, bye, see you later. Thank you for leaving the donut machine loaded.
Yeah, but a lot of those were sweetheart deals, that the people of Cuba or Venezuela.
Here's where you go into an argument to try to reason right and wrong. You're trying to moralize theft. And that's it's like, yeah, they did. What makes you think this is not a sweetheart deal going on with Nigeria? Now Niger wants a part of it. They want more than a sweetheart deal. And they're going to fuck Nigeria to do it. Because, well, it's all of ours. It's not just yours.
Yeah, well, a lot of this...
Theft is theft. A gun to your head is a gun to your head.
Yeah, I'm not looking at no moral values or anything. But what I'm saying is it's all about them protecting private capital, so that other companies from wherever the hell they are on the other side of the world can make these profits versus the people benefiting from this stuff.
So letting them fully develop facilities, infrastructure, all of this, and then turning around to take it from them and stuff like that, you are justifying that. You are actually moralizing that, making it okay.
No, I'm not. I'm saying that, from the outside looking in, we like to defend corporations and profit all the time instead of defending the people, the people of that region benefiting from this stuff instead of those resources getting extracted and the majority of the money going to.
Now you're talking about Americans bad, America bad, United States bad, fuck America, they're horrible. When it's the money is still flowing into the hands of the government of these smaller countries. The leaders are still getting the money. The leaders are the ones fucking their people. They're not distributing all those funds. They're not using it for education. They're not using it to drop taxes down. They're using it to fund their bank accounts. They're using it to buy properties in other countries. They're using it to live large. And meanwhile, at best, they leave it status quo because that's the way it's always been.
I don't know what these clips are, but let's check them out. Let's see.
We need to take bold action confidently, believing in ourselves, not just complaining. I mentioned the Trans-Saharan pipeline to pipe our gas to Europe. Why should we leave Russia to do the whole thing and continue to complain? We can do it. Nigeria will see prosperity.
That dude talks so slow, it's annoying. Hell.
What is the problem? That we are not today at a great advantage
He's
to
got that
compete with Russia.
problem.
Say what?
He's got the translation problem. He's got to think about what he's saying in his language. Then he has to think about how to say it. Then he has to say it, and then he's got to process it back.
Yeah,
So
I completely understand that.
Because you notice it's not a flow. Once he's speaking, he flows. It's when he's got to stop. Okay, I got this out. Okay, now translate, and there I go again. And yeah, it makes me want to friggin' pull my eyeballs out too.
Yeah, and I get it, because I do the same thing with Spanish because I struggle with Spanish. And, like you said, you got to translate it in your mind, switch it to the other language, and then say it. And that takes time, So, yeah, but it's still annoying.
On gas. Because we have not invested. We didn't put investment on long-term incentive to compete in Europe. Our gas is in the ground. It cannot turn to money until we push out there. What is the problem? Tax variations. The investors was lower taxes. I don't blame them. But I will grant you the lower taxes and
Yeah, so these were little clips related to that the pipeline deal, but the first clip made sense to me, but the second one, I don't know what the hell he was talking about there. Did I already look at the tweet replies for this?
Wait till it comes out in 20 or 30 years that this whole coup in Niger and stuff like that was backed by Russia and backed by China to try to stop the pipeline so they would be able to maintain financial superiority in Eastern Europe.
We'll see.
Not being a conspiracy theorist or all, but being a writer, that sounds like a pretty good book premise.
One tweet replies, it says, I'm sure Niger needs it as well for the transit money. Do you know how quickly it can be built? You know, well, I was thinking of the West having some underhanded influence over this situation, you know, but who's to say? I mean, it's definitely outside.
No, I agree. I'm 100% backing the fact that it's opportunism on the side of Chevron and us. Oh, well, shit. Russia's going to have problems getting that pipeline through. We got all of that. We got, 5 years if we hurry to get into a market that's going to be we'll be competitive in 2. So we're still going to be behind. We need to push this. The sooner we can get this, the more we can get into that competition.
Let me read some tweet replies. It says, while only 20% of people in Niger have access to electricity.
Well,
Another comment.
If they would stop friggin' having all these internal wars and the warlord of the weak being in charge of the country, that might help infrastructure stability. If some of their children could actually grow up to be doctors, lawyers, engineers, and scientists instead of being pulled out and used in warfare. And I'm not saying Niger is just the one doing it. They were known for doing it back in the 80s. I'm not saying all this is still a big thing, but man, the last 2 generations of that whole area of the world has been crippled with constant warfare and stuff like that. I mean, some of their best and brightest possibilities have been absconded and taken into one side or a conflict or another and never given the chance to bloom as intellectuals, as men, and things like that of the world, because they only know the conflict of their area. It's kind of like that guy that grows up way in the backwoods of Louisiana. They've got a great life. They're happy. They're not really worried about the stuff goes on. But then there's the ones that aren't happy there. But how can you get out? You have no education. You have no money. You have no hope. You have no training. No matter where you go, you'll always be considered the lowest and worst of society.
And greatness withering on the vine. That's what comes to mind when you say that. And so, but I would say though, it's a lot of outside pressure that causes these situations to be, not to take anything away from people making decisions of being like a warlord and using children to kill villages and, rape and pillage to survive. But again, like I say, it's a lot of outside pressure that influences these situations. Let me read another comment. It says, Russia still transfers gas through Ukraine, but in small quantities. Another comment says, blow it up too. Another comment says, don't forget the Hamburg port just got an upgrade in December 2022 to take LNG tankers.
Okay, so have you also noticed that in the last 3 or 4 years, it is no longer Middle Eastern people being the bad guys in movies? It's Russians. It's no longer Ukrainians or Georgians or stuff like that, like it was back. See, in the 90s, it wasn't just Russians. It was the Georgians. Oh, it was this part of the Russians. And now it's just Russians in general are becoming the bad guy in the movies. Just like for the last, 10 years, 20 years, it's been a generic Middle Eastern person. What do you want to bet we're about to start seeing African warlords being bad guys?
Yes, I hear you on that one. You're probably all the way right. And, I don't know if people understand what you're saying and related to like propaganda and related
I'm tying it into the motion picture industry. And if you see it in your entertainment, it's easier to see it in the world around you.
Right. You start to believe it. So the hearts and minds of people are one through their entertainment, and then they, they know it's not real in the movie or whatever, but they start to relate it to the real world. And like you say, they see it in that way, and it just makes sense because they've already had this subliminal programming that has been going on, and you see it so many times. And
when there's 5 international crime shows on TV in a year and 10 movies, international crime movies that come out, and out of those 5 out of 7 are Middle Eastern, one is Asian, the other is Middle European, or just one of those blokes with a really good British accent or something like that, because there's always a couple of generic, England guys, because they just have great bad guy accents. And then at the same time, out of those 10 movies, 7 of them are terrorists, Middle Eastern masterminds. The white guy that was in the overseas Middle Eastern desk is the one behind it all. You start seeing the reports, well, this Middle Eastern country, it's like, man, those guys really are everywhere. These movies really do reflect real life, don't they?
Yeah. So
and that's where the brainwashing and programming that I talk about is happening.
So yeah, it's a lot
Making
of
you sympathetic with an evil that, while it exists, is not the evil that we should be looking at.
a lot of propaganda comes out of Hollywood, and I don't know if people know, but the CIA has to approve all of these scripts that come out. If it's a script that they don't approve of, the movie doesn't get made. So nothing makes it through. Very little makes it through that doesn't get approved by these intelligence agencies, because they know the power.
The comedy The Interview got held back a year or two by the CIA because they had to make sure that it didn't reflect any ongoing operation, to potentially, like, there was some sort of assassination attempt going on.
And after that movie came out, it still ended up being pushed back and problems as a result of that movie.
Well, it was a pretty bad movie, but I really think the only reason the movie did really, really, really well was because all of the controversy behind it.
Yeah, I never saw it.
I think it would have flopped like an Adam Sandler movie had it not had all that extra free publicity.
Hey, calm down on Adam Sandler. I'm a fan.
So am I, up until his last, 5, 6, 7 movies?
That movie, The Gem, was pretty good, bro. I think it was called The Gem. The one about the jeweler. That movie was good.
I haven't seen that one yet. I haven't seen the last 3 or 4 of his new ones.
Yeah, watch that one.
I got tired of his same old stuff coming out. His funny movies aren't really that funny anymore, and his serious movies are funnier than they should be for the wrong reasons.
Yeah, well, this one was a little more serious, and it was like it kind of explored his acting ability, and I liked it. It was great. It didn't have like a happy ending either, but it had a message though. It was good. Let me read a couple more comments. It says, of course, it's no doubt that the West are simply fighting for their interests and not the so-called democracy as they brandish it. But we are the never again generation, not our ancestors. We have gained enough knowledge. The imperialist operations are determined to stop. Are determined to stop. Wow, I chopped that up. I'm sorry, whoever wrote that. Another comment, it says, they are so dirty, robbing from the so-called poor communities who really have all the wealth. Another one, it says, Europe is not terrified this morning. They're going to sit back while Niger is destroyed and its already poverty-ridden society is crushed further. Who's going to stop it from happening? One more, it says, the Russian propagandist is outshining Maria Zakharova. Payment must be in gold. And while you were talking earlier, I was kind of looking at the clip from the Demolition Man that you sent me, and I really wish I could cover this because this is very relevant.
I told you it really just clicked right into this whole situation. We can put it on the Activate page. And
Yeah,
discuss it there.
I could share the clip there, and then we can make comments on it or whatever. But I can't rebroadcast it here on the show. They'll come down on me like a hammer. But yeah, that movie had a lot of good stuff in it. I think how like society, they didn't have the guns, and people were so like, I don't want to say dumb, but they were naive. They were like really like easily manipulated. And then you had the people who lived underground. Yeah, man, that movie said a lot. I think it was predictive. I have quite a few things I didn't get to that I really want to try to get to, so I might start moving faster. Let me see if I can find the stuff about Imran Khan and Iran. I kind of want to cover that. I'm going to play this clip, but it says, Al-Qaeda was trained by the CIA and ISI. Pakistani's former Prime Minister Imran Khan removed from power after U.S. pressure, interviewed by Julian Assange. This is a whole 4-minute interview, so I'm not going to.
I've actually already talked about that. We've talked about that. About how Bin Laden was actually CIA trained to go fight back during the days when the Russians were back in there.
Yeah, but there's a relation. The reason why they're talking about this is because right now, Imran Khan is removed from power after U.S. pressure. This happened recently, so I think I have something else on this that'll get to the point faster than playing that clip.
At this point, I really wish Assange was just given facial reconstruction, a couple $1 million, and be allowed to go live out the rest of his life with fuck you money in hiding.
He's already
$5,000-6,000 a month, house, car, just go.
They've already destroyed this dude's life, and his health is not gonna. His health is messed up too. Like, it's a wrap for this guy. Like, I don't think there's nothing they could do to fix what they've done already. So it's really sad. Don't say nothing bad about the U.S. Freaking empire, because they're gonna come for you. Let's do this news story. It says, Kenosha, Wisconsin, police officers reportedly tackled a black man while he was holding a baby, then proceeded to beat him. The officer wrongly suspected the man was involved in a hit-and-run crash down the road from Applebee's. Let's play a little bit of this.
Kenosha police say it started with a hit-and-run
If it's
crash
got
July
Applebee's in
20th.
it, you know it's going to be
Police say
bad.
they have a description of 2 black men and a black woman carrying a child seen running from the scene towards an Applebee's restaurant. Inside the restaurant, police say they were alerted by an employee to, quote, some suspicious people. Those people, a couple eating dinner with their baby who had nothing to do with the hit and run.
So they came in and they went to the table and they asked them just to show them what car they came in, so that they could verify if that was them in the car accident or not.
Jennifer Harris, who was working at the Applebee's, describes the chaotic events unfolded next.
And he tried to go the other way and they eventually tackled him into a wall and the baby hit his head on the wall.
Captured on camera by Applebee's employees.
Get the baby! Please stop! I'm not squeezing you. I'm gonna go, yes you will. Hey, please stop. Hey, be careful. Your baby head. Be careful. Sorry, your baby head. Please stop.
Police seen on the video trying to restrain the man.
Hey, stop. Hey.
They had at least 4 cops on his back with at least a cop or 2 each grabbing an arm, and still had 1 cop punching him over and over again in his face. It was just sad.
I just felt bad for the baby. The second day he said that he wanted to enjoy his food and for them to go away, they should have left him alone.
Kenosha police telling 12 News officers found the people responsible for the hit and run inside the Applebee's bathroom. Wednesday afternoon, activists called for an investigation into the officers' actions.
Why was the cop so fearful that he felt that level of force was needed with a baby in his arms?
Caroline joins us now live tonight from Kenosha. Caroline, you've also learned the manager in this case was fired from the Applebee's?
Right. She says she's now being blamed for the videos from this incident circulating online as well as on television now. And she says she was let go from her position after working at this Applebee's behind me for 12 years. And she has now hired an attorney to help her get her job back.
I wouldn't want to go back if they're gonna fire me for that. You know, I don't want to be a part of your company anymore. Just go get it. It's easy to get a man. Once you've been a manager, it's easy to go just be a manager at another. There's so many restaurants.
You know, you sue for the job back because when they say no, then you've got full wrongful termination. But by company bylaws, by the rules of a manager here, I'm not defending this. I'm just saying you're not supposed to be letting your employees use the phone and film stuff like that in a corporate restaurant.
Yeah, well, how do we know it was the employees that was filming it?
They just said that it was the employees, and the employees she was blamed for letting the employees go viral, and she said, and she was there, she was filming it, and some of the other ones.
Yeah, I missed them say that. So then this situation was the cops were looking for other people who had did a hit and run. They obviously went into this same Applebee's and they hid in the restaurant. And then the cops came in and started messing with the wrong people. And so that's what makes this so bad is because, and then, you know, this video has been
someone pointed them at that couple with the baby though.
And said that they were suspicious or something like that.
I think they were the ones that came from that car, or something. The police were directed to them. That is fair to be said. However, there's a lot of shit going on. And you know, again, I'm not going to defend the cops, but did the guy use the baby to defend himself from the cops? Why didn't the mom? I'm sorry, if I got a baby and the cops come in and they're going to be messing with me and stuff like that, it's going to be, here, mom, hold the baby. I'm not going to be thinking about anything other than getting that baby not between me and any kind of potential aggression.
Out of harm's way. I agree with you on
Other
that.
people are like that. Did he keep that baby in his arms and start talking back to them? I don't want to deal with you. Don't talk to me. What's that? To try to prevent them from doing that? Because that's kind of low play. That's kind of low class too, man.
Yeah, but yeah, I would agree that I would
to
have
tell you
handed
the
the
truth,
baby off.
No matter what was happening there, why did another police officer not check the perimeter in the bathroom and stuff like that?
Right. That's what I was about to
Why
say.
did one of those 5 or 8 cops not check the perimeter in the bathroom and other things? There's a lot of sloppiness going on and a lot of questions that I would like to see answered. But I agree, at least 2 of those cops should not be working after this is over.
Yeah, I was about to say it seems like they could have done a better job, you know, off top. And then the extra aggression, you know, even if it was a hit and run, like it seems like the punishments don't fit the crime. Like the aggression doesn't fit the situation. Like, you know, okay, it was a hit and run or whatever. And even if these were the suspects, their actions still aren't, you know, justified in my eyes, you know.
Dude, I don't care if you're cops or not. You come at me with my babies in my arm and you come at me like that, if the baby is not directly between me and you, it's going to take 4 or 5 of you to take me down. I don't care if you are in the right. My baby is not going to be part of this. But again, like I said, first thing that would have happened when they walked up to the table with me was I hand the baby to mama, and I am going to step out away from that table, because that is how you defend your family.
Right. And
You
knowing
don't
how the
defend
cops
them
are.
by holding them. Do not add that. That is again trying to justify, to moralize. No, you do not put your child in any kind of harm's way. If you know they were coming up at you, you hand the baby to mom. You step out of that booth and you move away from your family.
I agree with that. But
I don't care if it's cops. I don't care if it's skinheads. I don't care if it's gangbangers. I don't care who it is. You remove your child from the zone of threat. You move the zone of threat away from mama who now has baby. You present a situation where they can escape. And then you fuck up anyone that touches you.
Let me read some tweet replies. It says the real suspects were later found in the bathroom of the establishment and arrested. The black man was arrested on charges of disorderly conduct and resisting arrest and obstructing an officer. Wow. So the guy who didn't have anything to do with the situation got arrested on charges of disorderly conduct and resisting arrest and obstructing an officer. You know, I hate those freaking resisting arrest, and that's so much bullshit. Like, you coming over here fucking with me for no fucking reason at all, and I'm gonna get in trouble for that.
I'll take the resisting arrest charge, because I'll take the disorderly conduct. Because you come at me like that and make me worry about my family, I guarantee you I will be disorderly.
But and the police created the situation that wasn't there, so that's why I don't see how.
Resisting arrest? At what point did you say I was under arrest? After we were in the struggle? After you put your hands on me? Or before?
And what am I getting arrested for? Resisting arrest? That's redundant as hell.
Well, again, here's what I want to know. Did the guy use his kid as a shield? That matters. That matters to me in this.
Let me read some more tweet replies. It says, Applebee's employee, the man went the other way. I thought the police just asked him what kind of car he drives. Another comment, it says, paging civil rights, y'all better seriously think about opening a pattern and practice investigation into the Kenosha police egregious civil rights violation. I'm certain Attorney Crump is already sending out preservation requests for all responding officers. BWC, JFC, this is awful. Couple more. Wisconsin, Minnesota, incredible. What's wrong with this part of the nation? Another comment, it says, the police officer should be arrested for felony assault. He punched an innocent man in the face over 15 times in the video. Law-abiding citizen in a restaurant with his infant child being beaten to a pulp. This is America. Another one, it says, they should be fired when you give them a badge and they think they can do anything. If they're not fired, the police chief should be and brought up on charges. Another one, it says, what the F is with Kenosha?
I got a good question, too, that I'd like to know the answer of. How many of the police officers involved in that restraint and capture are former military? I think that is just as valid a question as the guy if he used his kid as a shield. Because they both bear the same amount of weight on the situation.
Let me read a couple more. It says, I hope Kenosha PD has large reserves of money because they are facing a huge lawsuit and he will win. Another one, it says, you would think, but it's likely these cops will keep their jobs and he loses the case. plays out the same time again and again. And, one more. It says, this is yet one more example of thuggish behavior from certain police officer, and the manager of this Applebee's shouldn't be fired. The executives who fired her should lose their jobs. Another comment says, what decent father would use his baby as a human shield?
Like I say, I'm not accusing. I would just, that question is relevant. Just like I said, how many of those 5 officers that were on him are ex-military? That matters too. Because I saw military aggressive behavior, not an attempt to restrain, but an attempt to subdue. And those are 2 different goals. Military would be trained to subdue, while police are taught to restrain.
Yeah, I don't know. I would wonder.
They're different mentalities, they're different approaches. And I'm not saying all military and cops are bad, but military people have been trained to defeat and kill an enemy, while police officers are trained to restrain and arrest the civilians.
I would wonder if there was
a difference in mentality, because a former military officer goes on the street thinking that the bad guys are the enemy, while non-military police officers go, those are civilians just as much as, no matter perpetrator or perpetratee, they're both civilians. We're the military. We're the ones that have the responsibility to do better.
Well, I would ask, what are there drugs involved? Because it's that behavior seems so over the top. You know, the guy punching him in the head like all those times. Like, what was the point in that? Like, what were you attempting to accomplish? Like, it seems like you're not in your right mental frame.
If you're doing that particular move right, you're hitting above and behind the ear a couple of inches in an attempt to disorient your target, which once they become disoriented, they lose some control over not basic motor functions, but over arms and legs. They have to start thinking about it, which allows your other people to pull the arms in and restrain. It is a technique, but what he was doing right there was MMA bullshit. He was mad.
Yeah, that's what it looked like.
He was not attacking him as a police officer in an attempt to subdue. He was in a cage match.
Yeah, that's what it looked like to me. Damn MMA fight. That wasn't fair at all, because it was multiple
like
people.
I say, I'm familiar with this training that these guys have and what they're doing. Again, we will talk about this sometime offline at a bar, not this, because I can't. And it will explain a whole lot about why I think about the things the way I do.
Let's read this. Let's move on. It says, West loves coups and dictators when it wants. It says the West, including France and the U.S., has condemned the coup in Niger, as it did the earlier military seizures of power in Mali and Burkina Faso, yet it seems to have little objection to the overthrowing regimes and it dislikes, or to working with military leaders and dictators who are swept to power in this way. Some of the regimes and individuals the West will happily deal with have dire records when it comes to human rights and democracy. So what is its real beef with Niger and other? It seems you can be as undemocratic and dictatorial as you like, so long as you serve Western interests. Here's a look at why you should treat the recent coup denouncing noises coming out of Washington and the capitals of Europe with extra caution. So Macron is saying something. Let's hear it. it's one of those videos. It says the US, UK, and France condemn the coup in Niger. Is this going to be what I read? Yeah, it is. Okay. I thought it was going to have some clips of Macron talking. Let's read some tree replies. It says, what set them off was when the natives put sanctions on France and stopped sending them its uranium and gold in exchange for peanuts. It's the EU and US job to put sanctions on the world and bring them to heel. So for that subordination, the government has to go. One more says, right, the new Niger government has to go because if not, France would have to deal economically and politically with Niger as a sovereign state and not as a colony of France. I'm going to move on. Striking hotel workers were manhandled by police and security and forced off the picket line in front of Fairmont Hotel in California. This is after 200 people were arrested at a sit-in response to this heavy-handed union busting. Hundreds of workers blocked traffic in downtown LA. So Santa Monica, California.
Oh, I got another good one for you for strike busting.
Go ahead.
NBC headquarters in California, I think it is, had this row of trees, really nice trees, all outside and around the building. So what they did was they called in a tree company to trim all the trees back to nothing. So there's no shade or anything there. This is where the writers and now the actors are joining the writers and the voiceovers and stuff like that. So you dig a little deeper into this story, you find out that the trees were actually city property technically. And no one in the city ordered anyone to come in and cut them.
Mm.
So they're out here in 93-degree heat, which to us, we wouldn't have a problem. We just crack a beer and be cool. But these people fall out in California where they're protesting doing this because they all work inside anyway.
Yeah.
But that's NBC, how they're trying to strike bust.
Yeah.
They will literally cut trees and they're like, oh, well, it happens. We were just cutting them down. It's like, no, those particular trees get cut down in February and March.
Yeah.
So they can grow out through the summer and stuff. Not now when they could very well be killing these trees because they don't have enough surface area not to in the cooler months to get through it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not as violent as this, but literally they're subjecting indoor workers to direct sunlight for hours and hours a day. That is how corporations, that is how subtle they will go on strike bus.
Yeah. Just being shitty, overall shitty.
And then there are these people that actually fuck shit up.
Let me play some of this.
Striking LA hotel workers have continued to face violence and union busting. In June, over 200 hotel workers got arrested during a peaceful sit-in as they demanded higher wages and pensions. Their union contract already expired in July, forcing more workers to strike. In Santa Monica, hotel workers were picketing outside Fairmont Miramar. Security guards and police were called to remove them from the property. In response to the union busting, hundreds of hotel workers gathered to protest in downtown Los Angeles, blocking all traffic. The Los Angeles tourism industry relies heavily on hotel workers, but doesn't pay them enough to afford rent in LA.
We're right now on strike because we're trying to get our contract signed, which we haven't really gone to anything because they're not trying to really negotiate with us. What we're fighting for is basically for our wage increase, to keep our pension and our healthcare coverage, and the workload that we've been getting since the pandemic started.
Workers across hotels will continue to strike until they win.
It's a lot of striking going on all over the place.
Well, you know why they can't pay rent in California? Is because the property taxes are so freaking high to cover all these little pet projects and stuff like that, that rent is going out because it's like, If you keep raising property taxes, and that's how you tax the rich, right? Property taxes. So, there was literally like a 20 or 30% increase in the tax rate over the last 10 years in California for property taxes. And so all these corporations are like, well, we've got 30% taxes raised on essences of our business that we have no way to recuperate except, hiring less people, keeping our wages the same. California minimum wage for a hotel worker, by the way, is $15 an hour, plus tips. If you're a restaurant worker, you get a $15 an hour minimum wage, period, end of statement, and you get to keep your tips, like everywhere else. So, California restaurant workers bank.
Yeah, man. I wish we had it like that down here, man.
Dude, I was making $7.25 an hour for a while until they realized they were overpaying me. And for the first time in my life, I actually felt like I was okay. Not good, not great, but okay. I actually, for the first time in 22 years in the food service industry, had health insurance. And then they took that $5 an hour away from me, and guess what the very first bill I had to cut was?
Health insurance.
Yep.
That sucks. Let's move on. It says Iran will definitely retaliate if U.S. Navy carries out acts of piracy against Iranian-linked ships or tankers. The presence of U.S. forces on commercial ships will have zero impact on Iranian calculations. The U.S. and Israel regimes are angry because of Iran-Saudi rapprochement.
Academic and political analyst at the University of Tehran, Saeed Mohammed Marandi, believes Washington's only looking to escalate the current situation.
The Iranians have already shown the Americans that when they hijack Iranian ships, the Iranians will retaliate. They've done that repeatedly, and that's what has prevented the United States from continuing to hijack more ships. Tensions in the region are decreasing, and the very fact that the Americans want to bring troops in the region show that the Americans want more tension. They don't want stability in the region. What seems to be clear is that the Americans would like to be able to take more Iranian tankers and to steal Iranian oil, to put pressure on Iran. But they know that if they do so, the Iranians will retaliate, and they will take oil tankers that are linked to the Americans. So the Americans want to bring in troops to prevent Iran from retaliating. That means that the Americans have the intention of carrying out aggression.
What do you think? Because we covered this last week too. So it's like we were talking about the Marines being on the private tankers. So, and what this guy is saying is that the reason why they're doing that is to prevent from retaliation from them doing shady things to the Iranian ships. So he's saying that that's aggression.
Sounds to me right now like microaggression explanation. Oh, you didn't mean to upset me, but I'm going to be upset, and because I'm upset, it's your fault. Other words, show me where we're seizing Iranian ships, like they say.
Well, I would say that, our media probably wouldn't cover that. And even this clip right here is coming from RT, Um,
I'm looking at stuff around, and I'm not saying it hasn't happened, but I'm not seeing a whole lot of stuff about. I've actually seen most of the stuff about us being hands off of them so far. I mean, it seems to me like kind of like the Bali pirates and stuff like that. It seems to me like, hey, we're going to put some troops on ships. That way, if you fuck with them, we're going to shoot some shit.
yeah. So, but still, though, that sounds fishy because why would they just out the blue decide to start putting Marines on ships? You know, that's a
Because ships of other
expensive
countries have,
resource.
because this whole thing was prefaced by the fact that Iran has been disturbing and messing with merchant vessels.
Yeah.
So if they're harassing merchant vessels, if it's an American vessel, like I said, ported in the United States or owned by a company of American origin, that it is not unreasonable for us to have to do that, to go, hey, maybe it's not Iran doing it. Maybe it's someone else. Maybe it's them. It doesn't matter. You try to seize this ship, it will be armed.
Yeah, but I would ask, has that actually been happening? How much have
See
that
that?
actually been happening?
And which sides and stuff like. Obviously, it's happening enough for us to put troops on there. It is enough for the United States government to say we're going to give these guys foreign theater pay and veteran status and all the bonuses of that for them and their families for the rest of their life, because that's exactly what happens, because this is considered a combatant zone. I mean, they get the equivalent as if they're in an active war because they are in this kind of combat theater. So the government accountants think that whatever is going on is enough that anywhere from 6 to a dozen people per ship times however much that costs the government is worth it.
Yeah.
If that makes any sense.
Yeah, well, your argument is saying that their actions justifying their actions. So, but because they're doing it, they must have a good reason.
I'm saying that the government thinks that there's a value to doing this, which means they think there's a credible threat, which means America's money is getting messed with, or they would not think that it was worth it. Now, my question is, what's going on over there that we're not hearing that makes it worth our monetary investment?
That's what I'm saying.
Remember, I'm the follow the money guy. I just covered the reasons why the United States would be willing to spend that money. Now what we need to figure out is why. What part of that reason is the truth?
Yeah, what is actually happening? Let me read some comment replies. It says, the West opened Pandora's box, LOL. Another one, it says, the U.S. is against peace in the Middle East. Another comment, it says, yes, exactly. Iran has the possibility to retaliate against any kind of American theft and will not be oppressed.
The history of mankind is against the peace in the Middle East so far. Ain't nobody ever wanted it at any time. I mean, I know that sounds like a really weird statement and all of that, but I'm talking, let's go back to Babylonia, Mesopotamia, where they came up into that region. Let's talk about the very history of their folklore being fire and all of that. I mean, crap, these guys go hard. They've always gone hard.
Let me read some more. It says, the U.S. is fighting for survival. Iran can't be intimidated. Another one, it says Iran will not dare to do such a thing. Another one, it says U.S. better stop oppressing Iran. A couple more, it says,
Dude, no, that guy up there, he said it right. Click up, just slide up just a little bit, and I'll quote it. The United States is fighting for survival, period. Nothing else needs to be said right now. Our last 4 or 5 presidents have fucked up.
yeah,
We went from an actual strong, viable, decent friggin' nation to the bully. Now being exposed as the bully. Now being ganged up on as the bully. Yet, at no point in time has any one of our leaders turned around and said, maybe we shouldn't be pissing these guys off this much. I mean, and it's both sides thinking that America has the moral right to do whatever we want. I mean, the right says, hey, we're going to come take what we want, charge you for the infrastructure that we built afterward. And the left is going, oh, by the way, we need you to make sure that you teach that girls can be boys and boys can be girls, or we're going to take all of this stuff away from you. And both sides are freaking wrong. We should be trying to set up competition in the world. We should be helping other nations build and grow, because then all these people that want to sit here and be prideful or should be prideful about America would be able to go, you know what? Maybe we do need to work a little harder. Maybe we are slipping. I mean, America is a prideful nation. If we have other people getting better than us, then instead of undermining them, we should be looking at turning our own achievements to be better. That's the approach we used to take. Somewhere along the way, we lost that and started going, well, it's easier to be the best if we cut everyone else down so we look taller. We used to inspire. We used to build. And now all we do is burn down and take. You know, and this is a change that's happened from my dad's age to our age, through our age to today.
yeah. Let me
Now,
read.
I don't like the idea of this generation calling themselves alpha. And they're only doing it because that's the way they think in their brain. What I liked what someone said earlier. It should be the ain't gonna happen no more generation.
Mm.
The end of it. Not they should be Generation Omega.
Mm.
We're done with the way things are. It's time to make things better. Our children will become the alpha generation.
I like that. Let me read some more tweet replies. It says, perish in your rage. Allah knoweth well all the secrets of the heart. Another one, it says, Iran is moving towards the future with authority and will be more successful every day. Another one, it says, the time when they come knocking and run away from getting an answer is over. A couple more, it says, any move from their side will not go unanswered. Another one, it says, we suggest not to make a mistake about Iran. Another one, it says, they know that Iran is the first power in the region and they are afraid of this. Another one, it says, Iran is powerful and stands against the enemy. America cannot strike Iran. One more, it says, Iran has been the object of America's anger since the beginning, especially now that it's facing a powerful Iran. Yeah, don't underestimate Iran. Way more powerful than
No, of course they're way more powerful. When we left, we turned a hick backwater movement into the single most powerful force in that region. Do you realize what we did was the equivalent of moving out of certain parts of the South, leaving all of our guns and weaponry to the KKK? I mean, we literally just armed entirely one of the largest extremist groups that has ever existed. And you have to understand, they don't control Iran. They control or have major say in all 5 major countries in that region. This is not a government. It's a faith. They're treating it like a government. It's not. I mean, it would be like all of a sudden the Catholic Church turns around and says, nah, we're taking over. Imagine how many countries and immediately how many areas of the world would immediately go, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, we literally just gave that entire, and you know, again, I'm of the full belief that us white people should have stayed out of that whole thing. I mean, we don't belong in that desert. We hate the desert. We burn, we fry. It's worse than a ginger in Texas.
Yeah.
I mean, heck, us people from Texas would go over there and it would be like California people coming here. It's like, no, I'm done. Fuck this.
Yeah. It's too hot. Let me cover this. It says, this is the biggest story of our age. Why public services don't work anymore. Excuse me. We can't stop climate change before it kills us. There's been a coup. Corporations have their hands on the levers of power now. The government works for them, not you. Let me play this clip.
Oil. We've seen the dystopian films where corporations have taken over from governments and run our whole society. We are living that reality now. Look at the billionaire oligarchs who run our world today, people like Elon Musk or Bill Gates. They're talking with governments all the time. They're talking with prime ministers. They're talking with presidents. Through the corporations they own and run, they can manipulate democracy itself. This is the war you don't see, and it's happening in every corner of our globe. Corporations have taken over massive parts of our military. So whether it's the Wagner Group in Ukraine or Blackwater in Iraq, it allows states to undertake devastating military operations, but escape accountability at any level. The prevalence of private military and private security in our world is a symptom of a disease, and that disease is corporate power and the rule of the 1%. They have created a world to enrich themselves, but that creates a barren wasteland of a world. So the 1% need to hide behind walls now and hide behind these private security companies to escape the devastation their greed has caused and the corporate system has caused. And we're at the beginning of this trend. In 50 years, it could be that we have corporate armies which are bigger and more powerful than state armies. We could have particular companies going to war with other companies over resources. The dystopian fiction of...
Go ahead, what do you say?
I was saying, oh, that clip that I sent you, he just said it. He was just talking about it right there.
Mm-hmm.
That Demolition Man clip. He was just talking about it in the future, corporate war. This is, oh my God. See, it's funny that this right here you're playing, is this not where I've been coming from and talking and arguing about the whole time? 4th generation, 5th generation warfare. We're already there. It's not, we're still not at late stage capitalism. We haven't lost yet.
Yeah.
We haven't lost yet.
It's a crazy thought to have corporations having armies and fighting against each other. That's crazy.
The past has become today's reality. Corporations have spent decades and poured huge amounts of resources into infiltrating governments and getting them to work for them. There is a network of tax havens around the world. A lot of them run out of the City of London and British Overseas Territories, which allow corporations to avoid paying tax and contributing anything to the societies they're getting their wealth from. So we pay tax, they don't. We, the people, are subsidizing the corporations. From the NHS to schools to prison services, everything that we come into contact with in our daily lives is now run by corporations. Corporations are not allowed legally to have any other consideration apart from profit for their shareholders. All over the world, mining companies, oil companies are devastating the environment, but they don't have to pay for it, so they're not bothered by it. We have to pay for it. The big oil companies, ExxonMobil, BP, they knew about climate change in the 70s and 80s, but they did nothing about it because their only concern is profit. These are people with kids, with grandkids, but that did not impinge on their decision making. That did not impinge on their decisions to keep prospecting and extracting oil. Like an unstoppable virus, corporations are prepared to burn the planet in the seeking of profit. A major function of the corporation is to sell you a lie, that they are inclusive, that they care about you, that they care about society, that they care about human progress. It's all rubbish. It's all done to make you buy their products. In the 80s and 90s, corporations had what they called a reputational crisis, which was affecting their ability to work in the developing world. Mining companies were very unpopular because of what they'd done in communities, destroying environments, taking resources without paying taxes and all the rest of it. So they invented a whole industry which they call corporate social responsibility, a propaganda campaign to try and convince populations that they are upstanding members of our society interested in our progress. It's rubbish, and corporate social responsibility now has become a huge part of every corporation's operations. It's about increasing their ability to make profits. It's all a lie, it's all smoke and mirrors. But it's so deeply ingrained in our culture now that the branding has worked for a lot of people. Most people associate personalities with corporations. That's a preposterous idea. It's all been done by advertising agencies. They've convinced us that a corporation has a certain value system. Nike supports Black Lives Matter, but has sweatshops all over the world. Coca-Cola presents itself as a family-friendly, cuddly brand, whereas we know that in its bottling plants in Colombia, trade union leaders fighting for a better wage were being shot dead. BP, formerly British Petroleum, became Beyond Petroleum. They present themselves now mainly as an environmental justice movement, while they're increasing their exploration and prospecting for new oil deposits, leaving environmental catastrophes around the world. It's all a lie to make sure that the great unwashed, the population, do not obstruct their ability to make more money.
It's crazy how these how the PR campaigns work so well on the people, and with the advertisement. I don't understand why people get attached to, like, because they see in a commercial a certain celebrity eats a cheeseburger or whatever, or uses a product, and now they feel like, oh, I'm gonna go use this product or eat this burger because such and such eats it. And it's like, I don't see how your brain doesn't compute that it's just an ad, and that person probably never eats that burger or uses that product. They're just getting paid for it to do it in the commercial. How does this work? Why does it work?
Okay, you know George Carlin, right?
Yeah.
One of the greatest comedians of all time, that literally spoke only truth. I mean, literally. Everything he spoke was pretty much the damn truth. And that's why we loved him, and that's why he was so funny. Would you ever believe, because knowing him, he said, I would never, ever give out to corporate shills. I'm never going to corporatize. You know his level of mindfulness and involvement. Would you ever believe he would be someone to do a corporate, to sell out to corporate interests?
I don't know. I wouldn't expect them to, not from what I've seen.
He did a Dodge Neon commercial.
Okay.
He did the voiceover for a Dodge Neon commercial.
That still wouldn't make me want to go buy a Dodge Neon because even if I respected this guy and look up to him or whatever,
Again, here's the problem. It didn't sell Dodge Neons as much as it upset the George Carlin fan base. Because he said several times, I will not be a corporate shill. Fuck corporations and all that. Now, putting this on the other side, he had just gone through a really, really bad divorce that drug him over the coals and was broke as crap. So, bringing it back to our story, you've got people that would never shill for a company that all of a sudden out of nowhere are between a rock and a hard place. So they do what? People are going to trust that. Then you've got the hot chick eating the cheeseburger that dribbles all over her kind of advertisement. And when I say hot chick, I'm talking about supermodel. I don't remember the name. I don't remember the company, but you know what I'm talking about. I want to say the Carl's Jr.'s. Or, you've got, all of a sudden you hear life insurance commercial, and the voiceover is Matthew McConaughey. People are comfortable with him, his voice, and all that. And screw you, we went to school together and all that, and you know me, and you don't even know me. But anyway. But people are familiar, they're comfortable with his voice. They hear his voice, they automatically are more responsive positively toward that product. It's a science.
yeah. What I'm saying is I don't understand why people, they know that these people are getting paid to do these commercials. Why do let's say I'm a sports fan. I really like what's his name from the Chiefs, Mahomes. And Mahomes does a commercial for whatever product or service or whatever. And then I'm like, okay, so I'm a fan of Mahomes. So then I'm going to go and, patronize this product or service because I'm a fan of Mahomes and he was in the commercial.
No, it's not that he's in the commercial. He's telling you, this is good product. You should buy it. Okay, let me put this into a negative perspective that you will understand a whole lot better. Remember when 45 was up on there brainstorming about how to get rid of the virus and stuff, and says, we need to find something like some bleach or something and get that up in there and get that inside and start cleaning out and all that. And then everyone all of a sudden said, well, people are drinking bleach because the president told them to. Exact same kind of advertising. There are always people that are going to think, first of all, the way they present celebrity is you identify with them. You identify with this person. You click with them. They use this product. Maybe by using this product, I can be more like them. Maybe this makes their life easier. Maybe it'll make my life easier too.
And I don't understand how that works. I'm just saying.
I thought you said you studied psychology.
I mean, I did, but what I'm saying is that stuff doesn't work on me. It seems like people.
But because it doesn't work on you, you got to understand, we're sociopaths. You, me, Pat, all of us on this show, most of the people that we interact with, we are sociopaths. We don't get along with everyday society. We're not part of it. We don't think like that. But until we understand that, see, here's where the real empathy, sympathy, and all that starts coming in. Until we understand that a lot of people do think like that, then we're never going to understand. And that's why I try to understand. That's why when we get to something, I don't try to defend someone, but I try to step into their shoes for a second and go, well, how are they thinking? Why do they make these decisions that make me want to just do things that I don't want to do? You got to figure it out. And that's the whole thing. We don't think like that. We're not like that guy I was so upset about that you love so much that he disguised himself like everyone around him, walked up, said something, got people to agree with it. And it was very much the same words that they were saying about another something else. See, you're baffled about how people can believe it, but look at what that guy did just by being part of. That is exactly what we're talking about. Advertising. Getting into their brain and getting them in sync and using that to manipulate.
I just wish that people would think more, you know?
It's the algorithm. That is what the algorithm is.
Just think, like, I mean, it's some guy getting paid for a commercial, like he doesn't care about that product or that service or whatever. He probably never uses it. Like, you know, I don't know. Let me play some more of this.
To the expansion of European colonial rule was the corporation. In the 16th century, up to the middle of the 19th century, corporations needed to obtain a charter from the king or queen or parliament to operate. But what we've seen over the last 200 years is the corporation become unleashed from the state that created it, and it's become a Frankenstein's monster. It's eaten the state that created it and taken on its power and made the state work for it. In 1928 in Colombia, workers for the United Fruit Company went on strike to fight for better wages. The government at the time sent in the Colombian army and massacred hundreds of them. During the Spanish Civil War, General Franco led a military coup against the democratically elected Republican government. Many corporations supported the fascist coup, including Ford and General Motors, who sold a total of 12,000 trucks to Franco. Texaco, the oil company, rerouted oil supplies for the Republican Army to Franco's forces and illegally supplied gasoline on credit to Franco. Despite being fined $20,000 by the US government, Texaco continued this credit arrangement until the end of the war. When Franco's fascists finally triumphed, an undersecretary at the Spanish Foreign Ministry said, "Without American petroleum, without American trucks, without American credit, we could have never won the Civil War." After the devastation of the Second World War, there was a degree of idealism and hope about constructing a new world built on principles of justice and fairness and equality. But that crashed on the rocks of corporate power. Throughout the Cold War, Western governments working on behalf of corporations would take out any independent leaders who were using the resources of their country to benefit the people of their country. In 1951, in the very poor country of Guatemala in Central America, they elected a social democrat called Jacobo Arbenz, who enacted a very moderate program of giving land to peasants, taxing corporations a bit more. He was taken out in a CIA-backed coup in 1954 at the behest of the United Fruit Company, who were upset about his policies which were impacting their operations in the country. At the time of that coup, an unknown Argentinian doctor called Che Guevara was living in Guatemala City and saw what had happened, and it was a major part of his process of politicization. Soon after that, he moved on to Mexico, where he met Fidel Castro, and the rest is history. The year before Guatemala, in 1953, the CIA and MI6 had connived to take out the democratically elected Prime Minister of Iran, Mohammad Mossadegh. What was his crime? He'd nationalized the Anglo-Iranian oil company and taken more of their profits for the Iranian people. That's not tolerated by the system. So we took him out and corporate rule was enforced. Iran has never been a democracy since. The US and UK installed the brutal dictator, the Shah, who ruled until 1979 when the Islamic Revolution displaced him. Corporations have always been political and in the worst possible way. Corporations are at war with us. They appear all-powerful, they appear impenetrable, and they appear unmovable. They are not. People may remember the 1990s. Corporate power was the major issue exercised in the left at that time. The World Trade Organization meetings had huge protests wherever they went. The famous one was in 1999 in Seattle, and that continued. You had the Zapatista uprising in Mexico in 1994 against NAFTA, the free trade agreement. When workers rise up, when people rise up to represent community interests, they fold straight away, join a union. And not only join a union, but make those unions independent and working in the interests of workers. Because union power is the one thing that corporations really fear. The other thing we need to do is get corporations out of our information system. Because it's impossible to have an understanding of our society when we are bombarded with propaganda by a system run by corporations. So we need to create an independent media that can wrest control of the discourse, wrest control of the narrative, back to people and back to truth. It's time for people of all political persuasions to join the fight to reclaim our democracy, to reclaim our world from this out of control institution. The truth is, if we don't take on the tyrannical corporations who have corrupted our politics today, we will not have a livable planet for our children tomorrow. I've been investigating a secretive...
Yeah, man, this guy here, I'm really feeling this, you know, and it's the thing I've been saying for the longest. And then we talk about the government, and everybody wants to talk about the government, but I'm like, it's the corporations, bro. That's where our focus needs to be on. They're the ones who's controlling our lives. They're the ones who's controlling all of this stuff. They're the ones who's even controlling the government. So our anger is misguided, you know, what we're trying to push against is in the wrong direction. But then every time I look up, people are defending the corporations. Oh, poor Walmart. Oh, poor Amazon, or whatever the hell. Like, oh, that's hurting their profits and all of this and all of that. I'm like, get the hell out of here. Screw them. They're the ones who's fucking up everything. Like, realize who your enemies are.
Oh, I've been pretty clear about it from the beginning, man. I know where the bad guys are. The bad guys are above the ones that we bitch about all the time. Follow the money. You don't have to look at the politician or that politician. You have to look at who's funding them. I mean, you know, the left went batshit research to discredit the Sound of Freedom movie by finding out that one or two of the guys involved in funding the movie were also involved in human trafficking. And so they're trying to use that to discredit the whole movie. And I'm like, BLM, Bernie, I mean, everything going on right now, yeah, if you look hard enough, you're going to find somebody on the bad side behind it, trying to cover their ass, trying to pay that tax ahead of the time or on the time to cover things. And it's like, the funny thing about it is, yeah, there was a couple of people that were involved in it that funded the movie, but how does that invalidate the content of the movie? Is BLM 100% invalid because the Marxist trained leaders all stole from it? Does that invalidate the idea, the sentiment? Does that invalidate the message that they were trying to give? The fact that one of their guys in Arizona was caught up in a human trafficking sex scandal, literal slavery, does that invalidate BLM?
No, it doesn't.
That's what we got. See, that's what we got to look at. There are some bad and crappy players in everything, because any movement that starts to acquire power, any idea that starts to acquire money, is going to be targeted and eventually taken control of by bad actors with bad interests. And that's why free speech, even crappy speech, is necessary. Because do you think if we were allowed to point out and question BLM and all that they would have been able to get by with as much as they were? Instead of anytime you question them, Marxist things, stuff like that, where's the money going? What happened? You're racist. You're bad. You're horrible. You're an Uncle Tom. You don't know who. You're fighting for the wrong side. But it stopped us from questioning. It stopped us from looking. And that's what we really need to do. We need to stop, watch, and listen. We need to pay attention to this crap going on around us, because the whole system is pointing out one direction and things like that, while they're doing stuff while you're not looking. It's a magic game of prestidigitation. Prestidigitation. Yeah, that's it. I mean, do not listen to what I'm saying. Look at my hand, listen to what I'm saying. Watch the right hand as it offers you this. Don't watch the left hand as I pick your pocket.
Let me read some tweet replies. It says, it's also been taught in school that we have 100 years to do anything, and capitalism is the only solution. Another comment, it says, people may remember the 1990s. Corporate power was the major issue exercising the left at the time. Of course, the problem of corporate power has just got worse since then. The left has been needed on this more than ever. Another comment, it says, when does the revolution kick off? Asking for a friend. Another one, it says, thanks, Matt. Great explanation. Corporates work in collaboration with national government, usually the dominant partner due to financial clout. So what has happened to democracy? Doesn't really exist. Another one, it says,
it's being rented.
Yeah. It says, don't disagree with the points in this footage. The question is how we convince the poorest to stop voting against their interests. Anyone who can answer this question successfully has solved the great problem of humanity. I think this kind of dodges the issue still too. We start talking about voting. Voting doesn't really impact these corporations, bro.
Actually, it would. The problem here is where we have, you're teaching voting. I guarantee you they're only talking about executive voting. They're talking about the governors. They're talking about, well, these guys will get shit fixed. No, they're not. Everything that they decide on comes from local and state legislative government. They're the ones that make the laws. The executive, the governor, the mayor, they don't really have that much to do with crap. The mayor, the governor, the president, it doesn't matter which one is which. That just changes the media focus. The real people in charge are the people that we're voting every day. The representatives, the congressmen, the legislative branch, the ones that make the laws. That's where we're losing America. It really ultimately didn't matter if the Teflon Queen or the Reality King ended up as president during the years of that pandemic. It was the people pushing the laws through on a state executive level or a state legislative level that took over America. They changed the voting laws, which made the election a giveaway. They changed the power that the state, the immediate emergency powers that state had to control whether we could go out. The legislative branches were the ones that made the laws that shut down, that backed up the shutdown of our nation. The executive branch only has a limited power for a short amount of time. And it is completely checked because they have to be said, Congress, Senate, or whatever it is in your state even, the governor is the same way. They have to go, I'm saying this, I'm doing this for now, support me or not. You know? And then that's where the power is. And that's the thing that most people don't realize right now. That's where we're losing the war. That's where we're losing our rights. That's where we're losing our freedoms. And then it just, when you're saying that the Supreme Court is deciding this, that means your local government said, yay. Appeal. Your whatever your regional decision is in that area. Appeal. State appeal. State high court appeal. Regional Supreme Court appeal. Or lost there. Appeal again. You know, you got 5 to 7 steps on every law before it ever gets to the Supreme Court. And that's the judicial. The laws themselves that are going up are made by the legislature. Not the mayors, but the city council. These are the guys that, it's not the top guys that we need to watch. It's the middle guys. There's 2 levels of checks above the people that are making the laws. It's got to get to the executive branch to say, okay, and then if it's still disagreed with, then the courts say yes or no. But it's all made at the legislative end. And the funny thing is, those are the least voted in elections of all.
Yeah, I just think we need to stop defending these corporations, stop worshiping these CEOs, you know, and you know, fight against them, you know.
Dude, I love these CEOs talking. I love their TED Talks.
Unions, worker co-ops, you know, worker solidarity, you know, class solidarity, you know.
See, I don't agree with a lot of that too.
Busting up these freaking major conglomerates, these monopolies, not allowing these companies to get so big, bust them up, break them down.
We definitely need to go anti-monopoly again.
And that's where the focus needs to be, or otherwise, you know, it doesn't matter what we vote on or anything, what we do, because the corporations get so big, they're just so powerful. There's nothing you can do. It's gonna be like Star Wars and Darth Vader.
When I was in high school, there were at least 40 different companies. Now, mind you, there were still only 2 or 3 major networks, TV and all that. But news and independent news and all, there were some 30, 40 different companies that you could get information from and stuff like that. And I believe we talked about this a year ago. There's like either 6 or 9 left today.
Yeah. I want to do this one last story right here. It says, all right, here's a better version of the bullshit that went down on the bus. Conroe ISD worker whooped a kid. We don't know what happened before nor after until we hear from the parties involved or officials. And this clip has been floating around, but they only showed like the little part of the clip, and it was leading in a certain direction. And this one is the more full clip that I've seen of this. Like, because the clip that I saw made it look like it was just a little kid that was getting beat up by this guy or whatever. But this kid is a big kid. Like, you know, he's bigger than the guy who was on him. So let's play some of this.
Oh yeah. You want video, cool? You want video? You want video? You want video? You want video? You just hit a kid, bro. You losing his job. Right. I ain't doing shit. Keep your hands off of me. You can do your funky experience with it. You never put your hands on me. Yeah. Teacher hitting Big Mike, man. Mike, don't lick back. Don't hit him, Big Mike. He losing his job. He losing his job.
And the clip that I saw, it made it look like he was like punching the kid, but it looks like he had something in his hand that he was kind of hitting him with or whatever.
That actually bothers me more than punching him with his hand. I don't know what led up to this or something like that, but he struck the kid in the head with an object.
Yeah.
He did not attempt to, we don't know what happened. And that was very clearly said that we don't know what happened before or after. But he hit the kid in the head with an object. He used violence and intimidation to beat and keep the kid down. That disturbs me from what I'm seeing. As a parent.
Yeah. And he kept saying, don't put your hands on me. So I guess the kid hit him.
That's why I'm standing back and not making judgments. Because if the kid had punched me and I had something in my hand, I may not have dropped it either in the heat of the moment.
Yeah.
But then again, I wouldn't have struck him in his head. I would have stepped forward and shoved him off balance and made him fall down and then stood over him. But, you know, again, heat of the moment thing. That's, but my training is to subdue and intimidate, not beat down.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mine is to use the least amount of violence possible.
Yeah, this looks really bad. That's the reason why it's been circulating. Let me play this one more time.
But again, if the kid punches me in, it might be on.
Wait, let me play it one more time.
Oh yeah. You want video, cool? You want video? You want video? You want video? You want video? You just hit a kid, bro. You losing his job. Right. I ain't doing shit. Keep your hands off of me. You can do your funky experience with it. You never put your hands on me. Yeah. Teacher hitting Big Mike, man. Don't lick back. Don't hit him, Big Mike. He losing his job. He losing his job.
Oh, like what is that thing? It's like a plastic thing he had in his hand. I don't know what that is. I was trying to see what it is.
I don't know. It definitely cut his forehead though.
Yeah.
Like I say, I'm disturbed about him smacking with the. If you're a teacher and you have that much more over it, no matter. I'm sorry. The more I see that, even that little bit, I'm not on that teacher's side.
It wasn't a teacher. Oh, we got an article. Let's look at this. It's cleared up.
He's a bus driver, transportation. I call them all the same.
It says video camera ISD transportation worker fired after fighting student on school bus. Houston, a Conroe ISD transportation employee was fired and is facing criminal charges after he physically assaulted a student on a bus Thursday afternoon. The video shows the employee who has not been identified getting verbally and physically aggressive with the student. In the video, the student falls to the ground and the employee continues to verbally and physically abuse him. Houston ISD secretary starts fire at school to create a diversion. Oh, this is different. Sorry. The employee was immediately fired by Conroe ISD, and the Conroe ISD Police Department is investigating the incident. The police department has said that they expect to pursue criminal charges against the employee. Conroe ISD Director of Communications Sarah Blakelock released a statement saying that the district is disturbed by the unacceptable behavior and that the employee's actions are not representative of our hundreds of hardworking transportation staff. Yeah.
No, that looked like a man that was fucking sick and tired of being fucked with.
Yeah. Well, he's gonna have a hard time getting a job doing anything close to this.
Oh yeah. He's really, really screwed. And again, we're both like we're not completely on. Even if he was in the right, we're not completely on his side because of the way he hit him with something in his hand, man. I'm sorry. If you're an adult dealing with kids, you slap them down like a bitch.
Yeah, there's no reason for that. It's just like
open hand slap. I would literally be sitting here probably cheering him for it.
It's just like me having a problem with the clip we played earlier with the police officer over the guy and like bashing him in the head, and I'm saying that that's unacceptable and that they should have done different things, in that situation. And it's the same with this, that regardless, if the kid got out of line, it's your job to be the professional, and you should be able to deal with the situation in a better way.
No, yeah,
So
like I was saying about the
acceptable.
early one. Like I say, I understand the tactic that was being used, but it was being done wrong. Just like the guy had something in his hand. I understand what he was doing, and I'm not 100% against him, but it was fucking wrong to hit him with something. But then again, I want to know what led up to that.
Yeah, I'm sure the kid did something.
Words were said in that tells me that while he was wrong, he wasn't in the wrong, if that makes sense.
Yeah, so the kid definitely did something. And so, but you have to be the professional and you have to deal with it in a better way, You make sure that the kid get held accountable. You protect yourself when necessary, but you're the professional, and so you have to be better.
But you can't, because there's no proof of anything up to when it started filming. There's no protection for the driver. Where's his video? Where's the video that should be? No offense, and I know this is going to cost school things more, but where's the video in that bus, like in our metro buses?
Yeah, they probably have one. I doubt if it would come out though. They have videos on them buses.
No, they don't. Not on. Well, okay, wait, stop.
Look, it's a camera right there.
That's why I was saying, wait, stop. So that's still going to be only video, but you notice all of it started up way close, which means whatever the kid did to him in the front of that bus would not be in the line of that video. Maybe stop, roll down, stop, up, down, whatever. I don't care, whichever one shows. You need to go down. It shows a picture that's better. Down, there, stop. Notice on the upper left, if I'm not mistaken, is that not also a camera?
No, that's one of those like intercom. It looks like a fan. That's a fan.
Okay. See, there should be a camera facing downward over the driver to that door as well. So whatever happened. Whatever was done before we see this happened in that blind spot on the camera.
Yeah.
And no offense, these days, I don't put it underneath the kids to create a situation and then step into the view of a camera so it gets caught.
Right.
Because, I'm sorry, again, that is his job. He should be more professional. He should act better. I agree. How long has he been working that job? Valid question.
I wonder how different would the situation have turned out if it wasn't for the other kid filming the thing. You know, because then maybe it would have been word against word, and who knows what would have came as the outcome of that. But
again, another very valid question. Along with what happened in that 5 minutes leading up to that. That was not a guy losing his mind on a kid. That was a man who broke for a moment and is reacting to bad things.
yeah, something probably dealing with for the longest time, and it just kind of bubbled up. Let me read some tweet replies. It says, a teacher is beating up a child. It doesn't matter what happened before this. Lock him up. Another comment, it says, infuriating. Infuriating. I can't talk. I'm definitely finna wrap it. I'm tired. Let me read this one. It says, I'm assuming, but Big Mike looked like a big bully. You know, and that's what I was thinking too, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Let me play this clip one more time because that's what I was thinking. And then the kids were like, Big Mike, get your lick back. And he was like, don't put your hands on me or whatever. Like,
no, they were telling him, no, leave it alone. Back off. Because see, he was about to square.
And then, like I say, the clip that I saw, it looked like a little smaller kid. Like they just showed the part and it looked like he was bashing him in his head with his fist. And then it was just a little kid getting beat up. But this clip shows the full clip and him standing up. He's bigger than the guy who was, you know, than the bus driver.
Oh, yeah. You want video, cool? You want video? You want video? You want video? You want video? You just hit a kid, bro. He losing his job. Right.
I ain't doing shit. Keep your hands off of me. You can do your funky experience. You're not gonna put your hands on me.
Teacher hitting Big Mike, man.
Don't look back. Don't look back.
Don't hit him.
It said teacher hitting Big Mike.
Big Mike, he losing his job. He losing his job.
He gonna go home and cry. Anyways, if it was on the streets and it wasn't in like a you know, in a professional environment, I would have handled that dude like a grown ass man. If it was like he got out of hand and got out of line.
I do not condone. You know me. I do not condone violence. I do not believe violence should be used as a problem-solving tool. I do understand violence, human nature, and things like that because you can't condone it. You can't make a choice unless you try to understand.
Yeah, I'm just saying, if we was in the streets, let's say at a bus stop, a crosswalk, or whatever,
something happened before that.
And that's what I'm saying. Something clearly happened. The dude hit me or whatever. put his hands on me. This, even though he's a kid, he's a big kid.
The
And
adult should have done better.
I'm not gonna let a kid beat me. Like I said, in that professional environment, you have to be a professional. But if it was on the streets and this kid was trying to beat me up or whatever, then I'm gonna handle
No.
him like
In
he's
a-
a man, because he's a
In
big
a
kid.
professional environment, you need to back that kid off and make sure that the next kid isn't going to try you too. And I'm not saying he did it in the right way. Whatever he had in his hand that cut him and her, that's what he's in the wrong for, in my opinion. If that kid had put his hands on him and there's some other stuff going on, a nice little open hand smack to the face from an adult to a bully like that, 99 out of 100 times is more than sufficient.
The comment, it says, if the races were reversed, it would be all over mainstream media. Well, it was all down my timeline. Like, I don't really
But
watch.
it's not on mainstream media. I didn't catch it.
I don't really watch that much mainstream media, so I don't know. But it was all down my timeline, so I can only
Okay,
assume.
if the races were reversed, it would be all over left media.
That's what this person is trying to say.
Mainstream media is left media.
Couple comments. It says, these bad kids need to be with their parents and not on buses. Another comment says, look at the marks on the kid's face. Disgusting. Glad the employee was fired. Another one, it says,
I got to stand with that comment right there. Like I said, when he busted him in the face with something that made him bleed, that was so far over. I support the guy, but not what he fucking did. I actually support what he did, just not with something in your hand, man. Open when you're dealing with a bitch, you open face slap them.
that would have been just as bad.
I
Let
mean,
me read it.
look at even Will Smith agrees.
Yeah. That would have
I
been,
guess that's wrong. I'm sorry. In that case, the open hand slap made him a bitch.
yeah,
Anyway,
that-
never mind.
Yeah, I think that would have been just as bad. Let me read this one. It says, yeah, I don't think it really matters what went down before this. LOL. I hope Big Mike's daddy shows restraint when he sees this guy in court. He's got to be a big fella. Yeah, but he probably knows how his kid is too.
Dude, he's probably why the kid is that way.
Yeah.
This has football. This has sports all over it to me. This has football player, bully, assistant coach.
And that's what I ain't gonna lie. That's what I see too. Because I think
Yeah.
I heard somebody say something about coach, and like if
Thank you.
that same thing could have happened on the football field, and then that scrape would have been they would have said, he got scratched
Dude,
up
I've
on
seen
the
that
football
shit
field.
happen. I've seen that shit happen.
And
with
it was the
football players and
coach
coaches.
getting in their ass.
And it's normally the coaches smacking down the kid that's fucking with the newbies. The lesser tier football and stuff like that.
Let me read a couple more comments. It says, low impulse control threshold should never be allowed near children. Yeah, he's going to have a hard time getting any kind of job like that in the future, I would say. Another one that says, y'all don't never put your hands on Big Mike. Y'all don't never put your hands on Big Mike. Another comment that says, the bus camera will show the truth, what Big Mike do. But like Doc was just saying, the angle is bad, so the bus camera probably didn't get anything. Another comment, it says maybe he called him the N-word.
Nope, because he didn't say don't talk to me that way, don't call me that way. He said, don't you ever put your hands on me.
And even
Mike,
still,
Mike touched him first.
yeah, I think so. And even if he did say that, that still wouldn't be a justification for his reaction. Another comment that says the bus driver saying, "You're not gonna put your hands on me." So what happened first? We need the bus camera footage. Another comment that says black fragility. Another comment that says, "Looks like an ex-con, not a teacher. Why was this guy ever hired in the first place?" I don't know, man. I applied for a bus driver job before. I don't think it's easy to get that job. So I didn't get hired. I don't have no freaking felonies, no kind of background, going to jail, none of that. Another comment that says, "Sounding a little racist there, pal." I think that was a return from one of these previous ones. Another comment that says, "If that were my son, this ape would be in a damp, dark basement somewhere." It says from IG post, it says, "Bus driver brutally beat student. He's a foster child. Today, witnesses say the kid never once hit back. The child is currently in the ER for injuries. Conroe Independent School District in the middle of trying to pass a $2 billion bond. Public School Conroe update. The child is low IQ with a serious intellectual disability. Before the incident, the bus driver told all of the students, all foster kids, that this is why they are all in CPS, because nobody wants to put up with them. The child, Mike, is low functioning and gets very anxious. He started trying to get off the bus. That's when the beating started. He is still at hospital with possible concussion. I have friends who are headed to the hospital tomorrow to visit him. I will provide more updates tomorrow." I don't believe half of this, what they just put in that post. Anyways, we got to wrap it. It's 4:20. I'm way over time. I got to work in the morning. So peace and love. Thank y'all for joining. Thank y'all for listening. We'll be back tomorrow. All right.
Peace. Love.
Out.